Okay, thank you so much for your patience. As everyone in the room settles in, I want to welcome everyone again. Good morning, and thank you for joining us for day 2 for the Board of Environmental Safety meeting. I am Evelyn Nuno, today's board clerk, and today we are joined by the following Board of Environmental Safety staff person: Swati Sharma, Executive Officer; Sheena Brooks, Public Outreach Manager; Greg Forrest, our attorney; Linda Ocampo, Senior Staff Engineer. And I would also like to introduce and thank today's support team: DTSC OEIM staff who assist with all our technical needs, Chan Saley; and then California State University Sacramento staff who assist as our Zoom facilitator and registration, Corin Chopin and Danessa Quintos. From Cal Interpreting and Translations, we are joined by our 2 Spanish interpreters, Aldo Renteria and Leticia Reina. From Cal Recycles AV Services, who are currently live streaming today's meeting, we have Josh Levesky, Abe Myers, and Joaquin Murrieta. Today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and your continued participation is acknowledgement that you are being recorded. Today is March 21st, 2024 at 9:04 a.m., and the meeting is now called to order. Madam Chair?
Thank you. Will you call the roll,
Recording
please,
in
everyone?
progress.
Yes, thank you. Sushma Bhatia?
Here.
Ingrid Brostrom?
Here.
Georgette Gomez?
Here.
Jeannie Rizzo?
Present.
Alexa Strauss-Hacker?
Present.
Great, all 5 members are present and a quorum is established. I will now review some logistical items for this meeting. We are conducting today's meeting in person as well as offering remote options for public participation by phone and Zoom. For those of you joining us on Zoom, I would like to instruct everyone to select their preferred language option so that you will be able to fully participate in today's meeting. To do so, everyone needs to select the interpretation icon on your Zoom toolbar, which is located at the bottom of your screen. And select your language preference by selecting either English or Spanish. And if you select Spanish, you will be placed into the Spanish interpretation room. Please note, if you do not see the interpretation icon, you may need to update your Zoom application. For participants who have joined us in person and would prefer to participate in this meeting in Spanish, we have headsets located on our interpreter station at the table in the back of the room. Please make your way over and a staff person will assist you. For those of you in the room and following along on Zoom, please ensure that your device's speaker and microphone are muted. If anyone experiences connectivity issues with Zoom, you can call in to either the English or Spanish phone line. And the phone numbers are provided to you now on the screen. Next slide. Thank you. And they will also be provided in the chat, and they are also posted on our website. And you will now hear one of our interpreters to provide these instructions for us in Spanish.
Muy buenos días a todos. Soy Leticia, una de las intérpretes aquí el día de hoy. Ahora vamos a estar repasando algunos temas de logística para esta junta. Estamos conduciendo la junta del día de hoy en persona, también ofreciéndolo con opciones remotas para la participación pública por teléfono y por la plataforma Zoom. Para aquellos de ustedes que se están juntando con nosotros por la plataforma de Zoom, les damos la instrucción a todos de que seleccionen su lenguaje preferido con las opciones que usted va a poder mirar ahí para poder completamente participar en la junta del día de hoy. Para hacerlo, todos ocupan seleccionar el icono de la interpretación en la barra de la herramienta en la plataforma de Zoom, lo cual está localizado abajo de su pantalla. Si usted, por favor, seleccione el lenguaje preferido, seleccionando sea el español o el inglés. Si usted selecciona el español, usted va a ser puesto en el cuarto de interpretación, que es español o Spanish. Y favor notar que si usted no mira el icono de interpretación, usted quizás ocupe actualizar su aplicación de la plataforma de Zoom para aquellos participantes que se han juntado en persona o prefieren participar en esta junta en el español. les tenemos los equipos de audífono localizados en la tabla, en la mesa detrás de mí. Está localizado allá. Usted haga su camino para allá y una persona del personal le puede asistir. Para aquellos que están en el cuarto, si ustedes van a estar siguiendo por la plataforma de Zoom, asegúrense de que sus equipos con los audífonos sea todo enmudado. Y ahora, si usted experimenta algún problema con conexión con la plataforma de Zoom, usted puede llamar por teléfono, sea en inglés o en el español. Los números de teléfono están proveídos para usted ahora en la diapositiva que está proveído en el chat y también van a estar puestos en nuestro sitio web. Muchas gracias. Back to you, Sheena. Thank you.
Thank you, Leticia. This is Evelyn. I will now move on to a review of our meeting materials and logistics. Please look around you now, for those of you in the room, and identify 2 exits closest to you. In some cases, an exit may be behind you. In the event of a fire alarm, we are required to evacuate this room, so please take your valuables with you and do not use the elevators. While staff may assist you to the nearest exit, you should also know that you may find an exit door by following the ceiling-mounted exit signs, and evacuees will exit down the stairways and possibly to a relocation site across the street at the Cesar Chavez Plaza. If you cannot use stairs, you will be directed to a protective vestibule inside a stairwell. And should we have to relocate out of the building, can you please mute the phone number on Zoom, please? Thank you. And should we have to relocate out of the building, please obey all traffic signals and exercise caution crossing the street. Some housekeeping items, the drinking fountain and restrooms are located out of the doors at the back of the room to the left, and then left past the glass sculpture hanging from the ceiling. The drinking fountain and restrooms are located there on the right, and as you might imagine, Cali, PA strongly encourages recycling efforts in this building. So please look for the green and tan 3-in-1 containers located outside the doors at the back of the room to recycle your papers, cans, and bottles. With the exception of water, food, and drinks are not allowed in the auditorium. The board will take a 1-hour lunch break around noon, and agenda times may fluctuate to accommodate agenda items. Meeting materials are available at the registration table outside of the room entrance, and they can also be found on our website at bes.dtsc.ca.gov. And there also that link is provided in the chat. For our Zoom participants, closed captions are enabled, and you can move the caption display or turn it off altogether. To protect everyone's virtual space and networks, we will use the Q&A function as our chat function to ensure that harmful spam links are not shared with our virtual attendees. The Q&A function will be reserved for those attendees that are experiencing technical difficulties or are unable to make verbal comments. Please type at the beginning of your comment, please read aloud, and a designated staff person will notify me. To ensure that all our board members are fully present and focused on today's presentations and discussions, they are not reading or following along in the chat. All participants will remain muted until a Zoom host unmutes them once recognized for comment. The only videos and screens shared will be of the board clerk and presenters. Lastly, some instructions on how to participate and comment during this meeting. We are looking forward to hearing from the public throughout the meeting and have scheduled times on the agenda to do so. We welcome everyone that is joining us today in Sacramento, and our public forum for items not on the agenda for item number 6 will be held at approximately 1:40. For those that wish to comment during public forum, thank you for signing up in advance. For those that were unable to sign up prior to the cutoff, please complete a comment card, which is located at the registration desk. And soon we'll have some cards up here at our desk. And throughout the meeting, you can submit the cards to myself or to Sheena. And please continue to submit them until agenda item number 6 for public forum. The order in which we receive the comment cards will determine the call order for public forum after we have called on the online sign-up list. And that concludes the introductory review for today's meeting. I'll now hand it over to Chair Rizzo for item number 2.
Thank you, Evelyn, and welcome to all of you to day 2 of the Board of Environmental Safety meeting. For those of you who did not join us yesterday, either on Zoom or in person, I want to start the meeting with welcoming our newest board member, Ingrid Brostrom. For those of you who have been tracking DTSC for at least a decade, you know that Ingrid was instrumental and worked diligently on the reform that resulted in 158, that resulted in this board. So we are delighted to have Ingrid's appointment to the board. The term for Lizette Ruiz was concluded in February, and Ingrid Brostrom was appointed to a 4-year term. So Ingrid will be with us through July, I think, 2027. So 3.5 years. So we're happy to have you, Ingrid, and you'll hear more from her as the day goes on. Her work on climate sustainability at UC Merced Community and Labor Center, but she previously was Assistant Director of the Center for Race, Poverty, and the Environment. We've heard a lot from Ingrid over our entire tenure, and we welcome Ingrid's input and push. She's already joined several subcommittees, and she'll talk to more about that over the course of time, but we're thrilled to have her. So I thank you, Ingrid, for your willingness to juggle your UC Merced job and make the space for us. So do you have anything you want to say by way of hello to this second wave of attendees?
Well, thank you, Chair Rizzo, and I'm just very excited to be here. This is an issue that is very near and dear to my heart, and definitely want to help keep pushing DTSC to meet its mandates, protect public health, and really excited to be joining you. Thank you.
Thank you. And do you want to tell us all the committees you're going to be on so that these folks can subcommittees, liaisons, you know, we divide up our work in respect and compliance with Bagley-Keene. So 1 or 2 board members focus over the in between meetings on different subcommittees. And Ingrid is joining us on.
Yes, I had to pull it up because
Yeah.
it's quite a few.
I know. You said yes, and then yes, and then yes.
Yes. I'm on the subcommittee for performance metrics and reporting, the subcommittee for the hazardous waste management plan, subcommittee for environmental justice and outreach, and the subcommittee on cleanup in vulnerable communities initiative, CVCI. And I've also joined the working group for the Santa Susana Field Laboratory, and then I will participate as a board representative on the Equitable Community Revitalization Grant Treatment Technology Council. So that's all.
Lightweight, but thank you for taking on a couple of key committees. So we appreciate that. Good morning, Dr. Williams. So now we'll be moving right along on our agenda. But before we go to our first formal agenda item, I want to turn it over to our executive officer for an announcement.
Sure. So I just wanted to acknowledge 2 folks from DTSC that are leaving or have left and that have been great partners with the board. First, Todd Sachs, who's the Deputy Director for the Site Mitigation Program, had a great partnership and is now at CARB. And also Matt, who is here today, who has been with the board from the beginning and provided so much support on the technical front. We're really going to miss you, Matt. Matt's going to be going to another state department. So thank you again, Matt, for all of your support.
Right. From day one, Matt's always been the guy that's there when you call on him. I mean, the entire team, but it's always, Matt, my phone, Matt, my laptop, or whatever technical needs. And he's been so caring and supportive. So we wish you well in your next endeavor. And don't be a stranger. The meetings are public. You can join us anytime. Thank you, Matt. So moving now right along into agenda item number 3, which is a robust set of reports under DTSC leadership. I want to introduce members of the DTSC leadership team. Meredith Williams will come up and bring folks. This is Dr. Williams, of course. We'll also be joined by Chief Deputy Director Craig Scholler and Deputy Director of Hazardous Waste Management Program Katie Butler. And so we will we'll receive an update on the department's priorities for 2024. Dr. Williams will present those. They'll be followed by a board discussion and public comment. The board will then vote on the 2024 priorities. I think you all may recall from last April, the 2023 priorities were presented. The board made some recommendations which were received and accepted by the director, and the 2023 priorities were completed at that time. We're in the process of evaluating the delivery on those priorities, which we will talk about at our next meeting. So welcome, Dr. Williams.
Thank you, Chair Rizzo. Good morning, members, and a special welcome to Member Broadstrom. As was mentioned yesterday by a number of the people who spoke, Ingrid, you've been a tremendous partner, pushed the department, worked to hold us accountable. I'm sure that you will continue to do so, but we always appreciate your thoughtful approach to engaging with us and working to make us better and, of course, help us serve the people who are most vulnerable. So glad to have you with us. I too wanted to talk about some comings and goings. Before I even dive into actually, were we gonna do Craig first? Do you want? Okay, before I dive into things, I really wanna start by bringing a certain matter to your attention, which some of you may be aware of, but I'm not sure that all of you are, which is that there is a solid waste landfill in Southern California called Chiquita Canyon. It's near Valverde, and that particular landfill, it's not a DTSC permitted facility. However, it is experiencing some elevated temperatures, and that's leading to the creation of more leachate than is normally experienced from the landfill. The leachate itself is hazardous waste, and therefore DTSC is part of the response to the elevated temperatures in the landfill. I wanted to let you know this. The response to this event is a coordinated state, federal, local, county response to the potential risks associated with this landfill at this time. The community is experiencing a number of odor issues and have a lot of other concerns. The amount of leachate that's been generated has increased dramatically. So what the coordinated agencies are doing is that they are taking a very strong enforcement position on the landfill to get them to work toward compliance and bringing the situation under control as quickly as possible. I have to take a moment to talk about this coordination. It is remarkable how the agencies, US EPA, the Air District, all of the agencies involved, the Water Board, have come together to work they try to stabilize what's going on in the landfill. And I open with this. I do want to give a shout out to our team that's working on this. We do have 2 people now who are on site this week, as of this week. And there's just a tremendous response from our enforcement team. They're doing a phenomenal job. Katie Butler is obviously very engrossed in what's happening. And if you have detailed questions when she speaks later, I don't know if you want to pivot to that to ask. It's not on the agenda, but she would be available to answer some questions at that point. But this is, I bring it to your attention because this is, this is the kind of the most important environmental protection that we can offer. The type of event where DTSC, Cal EPA, US EPA are so important because the need to protect this community is profound. And so I wanted to make you aware, I'm extremely proud of the enforcement approach we've been taking with the facility, the rigor we've been, our partners are expressing a lot of appreciation for the department. So as tough as the situation is, I'm very pleased with the way that we're showing up. So.
That's great. Before you go on with that, does anybody have any question or comment on that? I've been tracking it for the last week or two, and I hope we'll stay up to date. I know you've been sending materials, and the DTSC News, which is a good summary, brought it to our attention. So to the extent that you can keep us posted over the course of time, that would be really helpful. Anything from anyone else? Yes, Alexis.
Most of the updates that we see are coming from different media outlets, and it would be wonderful if there's going to be a unified command setting that the person in the comms chair provide a daily update so that we're hearing from the unified command rather than sort of secondhand through media outlets.
Yeah, it is not a unified command structure right now. It's a very coordinated response, but they haven't kind of elevated it to that formal. So, but that said, there is a lot of coordination on the communications, and Allie Westcott can certainly provide you with the information.
Great, thank you. Thank you for briefing us all on that, and now we can move into the order of your priorities.
Okay.
I think you have an introduction.
Okay. I'm still thinking
Craig Scholler.
we're going to do the comings and going first.
Yes, okay, fine.
And so I do want to also acknowledge Todd Sachs. He was with us for a relatively short period of time, yet had a deep impact on the way we're approaching our work, the way we're thinking about how we do cleanups, our community engagement, our scientific rigor, our decision-making. He was tremendously important to the department, and so I'll acknowledge it's certainly a loss to see Todd move on. That said, he put a lot of things in motion that have momentum, and so we are going to stay the course. We are going to continue to move forward with a lot of the initiatives and approaches that were started when he was the deputy, and I just want to assure you that with respect to community engagement, we're standing up more working groups than we have. That's the model. We think it's a model that can benefit us and really help. It is benefiting us. It's helping our decision making. So the working group approach is one area. Integrating the technical elements of our cleanup decisions in a different way is another thing that's important and is moving forward. And then we're likely to do some reorganization of the structure of the site mitigation and restoration program. So wanted to assure you that we will stay the course, and of course, thank Todd for his service. And then our coming, which is Craig Scholler. And Craig's been on board now for a bit. And you see the big smile on my face. I could not be more delighted. He is a great partner, great communicator, steady hand, strategic, astute. And we are so fortunate to have him. Before joining DTSC, Craig served as the Deputy Secretary for Legislative Affairs for Cal EPA, and we have worked with Craig for a number of years in that capacity. So he knows the organization, he knows our work, and I'm very pleased that he decided to accept this challenge. And I'll let him speak a little bit now about his role and his vision for the department.
Thank you. Welcome, Craig.
Thank you, Chair and members, and thank you for that very warm introduction. That's kind of tough to follow, but yeah, thank you for the time to introduce myself today. As the director mentioned, I served the last 2 and a change years as the Deputy Secretary for Legislative Affairs at Cal EPA. And during that time, I had a chance to work with all of our boards, departments, and offices, and specifically with DTSC. And so accepting this role and excited to be part of it. Obviously, I knew a little bit about what the department was working with, and it's been an exciting 2 months to really dive in deeper. And is a lot with these roles. For everything I think I know, there's probably 10 other things I don't know. So it's been great to dive in with the staff. So prior to my time at Cal EPA, I spent 9 years working in the legislature, where I got a chance to work with, I think probably several of you, and as well as a lot of the organizations I think we're going to interact with the board, a lot of the community groups that I think care about our issues. And so I'm excited to continue to work with those groups in this role. Specifically, one of the reasons I took this opportunity, and I thought it was, a good time to jump on, is that SB 158 and the reforms that I think many of you in your previous roles and many of the organizations, again, that we'll be talking to here, worked really hard to get. And I think the department's in a really unique position now on delivering on those things and implementing a lot of those reforms. And for me, that's, I think, an interesting challenge, and one that I'm excited to join the team and work with our partners on. So that's a little bit of why I joined at this time and why I'm excited about this opportunity. And I think part of my role is also going to be working closely with the executive team, helping to deliver on the director's priorities and making sure that we can strategically move forward and stay on track, and also communicate that progress to the public, to the board here. And I think this year specifically, a really tough budget year that we're all going to be facing throughout the state. I think working with our budget team on, not only our generator and handling fee, but our other kind of responsibilities to make sure that we can stay committed and deliver on our responsibilities while being fiscally responsible and kind of getting us through the next few tough years. So I also just want to mention, it's been an absolute pleasure working with our staff. I knew coming from agency that we had some really dedicated, talented people here in the department, and it's been a lot of fun as I get a chance to dig in deeper and see how deep that goes through our programs and throughout all of our staff. So that'll continue to be one of the joys of this job, is getting a chance to work with them and see their dedication and utilize their expertise. So thank you.
Thank you, Craig. And I want to take note that Craig has been joining us on our fees subcommittee and work with the Department of Finance. It's been great to have you join that and have your perspective how everything ties back or doesn't to legislative issues. It's great to have that experience of yours in those conversations. So I want to acknowledge that we've already had a little bit of time to work with you, and it's been really positive. So thank you for that. And you can join whatever subcommittees you'd like to be part of. We love having you. So
Thank you.
any board member comments besides welcome? Okay, well, we look forward to more and more and to seeing you at meetings. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm going to take director's prerogative to mention one more thing before I start the discussion on the priorities, which is I had the pleasure yesterday of heading down to Berkeley. Jeannie, you were missed. It was a 15th anniversary recognition of the Biomonitoring California program. That program, talk about small but mighty. That's a phrase that gets used a lot, but it's been a remarkable program that has looked at what is the pollution burden in the bodies of Californians. They've done work with the CDC, academic institutions, vulnerable populations, and it's helping us really understand there's elevated arsenic in our Asian populations. Firefighters have tremendous amounts of PFAS in their systems because of their turnout kits. Teenagers learn that if they stop using certain personal care products, the levels of certain problematic chemicals in their systems goes down. It's been, and I think that's the power of the biomonitoring program. There are a couple things that are powerful about it. That program was put in place with a mandate that whatever results were collected had to be reported back to the people who participated in the studies. That is not a requirement that's often in place for a lot of other programs, but it is a requirement for that program. And they do that, and it really helps individuals make different decisions, understand what's happening in their environment. And while we love to look at the state level and think about things at the policy level, it's having the ability to do that based on and make decisions based on the data, coupled with the individual information and having that impact people at an individual level, I think is quite unique. DTSC is one of the three departments that participates in the biomonitoring program. Our environmental chemistry lab is one of the two labs, the Department of Public Health. It has a lab that participates, and OEHA is the third department that works on biomonitoring. It's a tremendous partnership. It's been great. And their work has helped Safer Consumer Products in particular do a number of things. One thing they've done that's been very powerful, biomonitoring that is that the scientific guidance panel that advises that program decided that it was important that chemicals be considered as a class. You know, they did it with a class of siloxanes, they did it with PFAS, and it was their PFAS designation of the whole class as a priority chemical for their program that allowed us, by reference, to tackle the class of PFAS. So I could go on. Since I snuck this in, I should not. But
I know, I'm really delighted that you did on multiple levels. And I think your first comment about the report back, when this bill was being litigated way back when, they wanted to model it after the CDC, which does not report back. They make generalized statements about the population. And the argument was, we want a real program. We want to be effective. And so all the groups and, you know, community groups and agencies that insisted that report back was critical has done a tremendous amount, including for San Francisco women firefighters, for example, who have an 8-fold increased risk of breast cancer as a result of their exposure. And to be able to do biomonitoring with local firefighter women and have results then that translate into action. So bravo. And I am sorry I missed the celebration, but for all of us should be really feeling good about that, that's a program where everybody came together to make it the right kind of program. So thank you. And thanks for
And I will
reporting
say
out.
that it is also the beneficiary of recent stabilization of its funding, which has been a game changer and will continue to make the program stronger and stronger. So,
Great. Thank you. Thank you for that.
So turning to our priorities, I don't intend to go through the priorities in detail today. We talked about that at the last meeting. We've now identified some metrics that we think would support the individual priorities. I'll walk through those quickly. I'm actually happy to take questions in real time, but I'm guessing you would like me to get through all of them and then field questions. So again, I think that this presentation is not so much me, hopefully, going on and on, but opening up the discussion to get your feedback. Your feedback last year was very helpful in terms of honing the priorities, and I want to get to that. So do I have a clicker or do I say next? Where to aim? I'd prefer to use the clicker if I can. If it can. Okay. Okay. Next slide. Okay. So after I finish the priorities, I will go ahead and give a next slide update. Next slide, please. I'm listing the 4 objectives here. One is program delivery. That's, again, it's so important that the department execute on high priority deliverables and commitments that it has. Equity, we want to keep it front and center, front of mind. Our data and technology tools are critically important to how efficient we are. And lastly, we're centering climate change, sustainability, and the circular economy. Next slide, please. Program delivery. It's how we know whether or not the department is actually functioning. Are we getting the work done? And we've prioritized the oldest permits that we have. Clearly, the community vulnerability, cumulative impacts regulations are of great interest to stakeholders across the state. Generation and handling fee, we are aware of the shortfall that we have there, and it's important for us to carve a path to resolving that shortfall and addressing some of the structural issues we're finding with the generation and handling fee. And lastly, metal shredders. Those metal shredders exist in our vulnerable communities. They have a history of challenges in terms of releases, uncontrolled releases, and fires. And so we will continue to be vigilant about our oversight of metal shredders. Next slide, please. To support those, the objectives, of course, on our permits, we want to public notice the decisions for all the remaining 5+ year plus continued permits. I always have an asterisk, and I have an asterisk for the Button Willow facility simply because Kern County is developing an EIR for that facility, and we're not the agents of that EIR. We're continuing to encourage them to move forward with it, but we haven't seen the draft EIR yet, and therefore we can't say that process will unfold. But we're confident, and so we are committing to getting the public notices complete for all of those remaining old permits. We do intend to release a violation scoring procedure regulation rulemaking package to revise and address some of the concerns that have come up and some of the things we've learned as we've implemented violation scoring procedure. Next slide, please. Later on today, Katie Butler will speak about our SB 673 path forward, and we do intend to get to rulemaking this year. And then lastly, along with that, we are in partnership with US EPA to do a cumulative impacts and community vulnerability assessment in North Richmond, and that is moving forward, and we will continue that partnership. Next slide, please. For the generation and handling fee, we intend, thank you. Yeah, thank you. As I mentioned, we are in the process of diagnosing why we're having the shortfall and what can be done to address the shortfall, and moving forward with taking actions to reduce and eventually eliminate that shortfall. On metal shredders, we will continue to be vigilant in our oversight and our enforcement. We'll continue to conduct inspections at 6 of the metal shredders. We have some enforcement cases and we'll continue to pursue those aggressively. And then we're looking at potential permit conditions that we can use to really, once and for all, have a sensible permitting regime, regulatory regime for these facilities. And of course, we want to do that in a way that takes into account community input. Moving on to equity. I barely have to mention some of these things to you. We have our environmental justice advisory committee. Thank you to subcommittee members for advising us, working with us on that. We do anticipate finalizing that scope and moving on to the selection process in short order. We want to get those members in place and get the EJAC stood up this year, because we need their input, we need their contributions. For our cleanup and vulnerable communities initiatives, there's actually one on here, which is we're already far along with our ECRG round 2 grants. We opened our technical advisory group grants program and are accepting applications for that. We've also decided to develop a process by which some of our round one applicants can get extensions for their funding, and that can be a time extension, and in some cases a monetary an increase in their funding. So we are going to move forward with that. And then we're just looking forward to making sure that people are well aware of the grant opportunities and doing that continually throughout the year. Did I go? More CVCI work. We were able to bring on board 6 interns last year. We want to increase that and make sure that other folks from vulnerable communities, vulnerable populations have that opportunity to work in the department, to understand what environmental protection work looks like, and perhaps find a career path. We will, and you'll hear from Serlene Grant later today, and this unified engagement plan is specific to CVCI, but I think it's in harmony with the larger commitment that the department has to engage communities broadly. We haven't had, and this is a theme here, and it shows up later in the presentation, but for our cleanup program, as you know, our dashboard has a metric about how many acres are cleared. And that, 1 acre with, it's not that meaningful in terms of apples to apples or apples to oranges. And so we are looking for more meaningful metrics, both at CVCI and in the rest of our SMRP work, to really quantify what are the reductions in the level of exposure. What's the true benefit of having remediated our contaminated sites around the state? And we want to maintain our momentum on our discovery and enforcement sites, those dry cleaner sites, and move on to the phase 2 investigation for at least half of them. Exide community engagement. Again, I will say that this is a place where Todd Sachs had a tremendous impact. He was the point person on a lot of our Exide community engagement, and so we will continue to do that work. We are engaged with the working group regularly. We have a comprehensive communications plan that we'll be rolling out that takes advantage of things that we haven't done necessarily. We haven't necessarily done texting. We haven't had office hours where people can just drop, where we meet people where they are. They don't have to come to us. Let's be at the grocery store. So when they're going in and out of the grocery store, they can have their answers, their questions answered, things like that. More creative approaches to communications. So we want to stand that up and implement it. And we'll be reporting out on that throughout the year. The third-party monitor contract is in place. They are working, and we want them to report out regularly with what are they observing at our ETAG meetings, our Exide Technologies Advisory Group meetings, so that it's a means of accountability, and the community can have that independent voice to assess whether or not the cleanup is moving forward as it should. And of course, we'll have regular community meetings. There's a lot here. This is the list of commitments we've made to the working group. I'm not going to walk through them. Happy to answer them either here or under the Exide update. Data and technology. Our generation and handling fee, I think, again, how critical it is to the well-being of the department. And before I get into this, I do want to say I feel as though we should have included a cheat sheet for you, because we didn't really tell you what the electronic verification questionnaire was, and there's some other jargon in here. I think I would like to follow up with this meeting with a little bit of a explainer for some of the technical aspects of this. I wish we had footnoted it or somehow otherwise given you some resources to understand that. But I would ask that maybe we shelve that and take that as an action item. So, but the idea here is that the fee authorities payment system, the data they collect is not the same as the data we collect. We need to reconcile those things so that we really understand first of all, how much waste is being generated, and second of all, are people paying what they should be paying based on that generation? So that's kind of the first order of business when it comes to the generation and handling fee. For the Exide Community Feedback Management System, it's a mouthful. I'll speak to this more a little bit later. We have stood up the system. It is online. I'll give you a few of the metrics, but we're going to use the analytics from that to see whether or not we're performing. And I'll mention that the third-party monitor does have access to the system and will get regular reports and be able to make their own assessment about whether or not we're responsive to the concerns that are coming in through the system. And also, you should know, we are funneling things that don't necessarily get reported online into the system. So if somebody calls the hotline, that still ends up in the system. If somebody, whatever way we get the information, we want to make sure there's a one repository of the issues. I mentioned this, and I think I don't need to say too much more, but our metrics for our cleanup work, we want to get to meaningful metrics. There is an internal project management dashboard that's been being used by our SMRP staff. I think that may provide us with some data that we can then apply as we think about what meaningful metrics look like. And for our site remediation account, we want to make sure that every year we provide a report to the legislature for the SRA, the amount of funding that we need for NPL sites and orphan sites. And we want to make sure the legislature has a good understanding of how we're doing. And so we think that it's important to develop new metrics to go into the SRA report and to guide our SRA work.
Can I interrupt you? Yes. I thought it would be good to just recap what SMRP stands for.
Oh, site mediation and remediation program. Cleanup. Yeah. Thank you. I try to catch the acronyms, but I appreciate that. This is where there's a fair amount of jargon here. ServiceNow, EnviroStore, and I would like to give you a cheat sheet. But these things are highlighted because they fundamentally will make us more efficient, make our data more secure, put the department in a much better position moving forward. And although this is rather technical and weedy, I think it warrants some visibility because it is so foundational to how well the department works. And lastly, Objective 4, climate change, sustainability, and the circular economy. We released our sea level rise, sorry for the acronym on the slide, sea level rise, especially the acronym that's SRL, it's SLR. We released our guidance. We've received a great deal of comment on that guidance, and we'll be looking at whether or not that guidance is being appropriately applied and whether it needs to be revised, and we'll continue to iterate as we learn how we can use that, how we can improve the guidance, and how we can apply it better. There is training that's associated with that guidance, and we'll continue to work on that. For our hazardous waste facilities, there are a number of vulnerable hazardous waste permitted facilities around the state, and we know they're vulnerable potentially to sea level rise, groundwater, elevated groundwater levels. We know from the flooding that happened last year that there are permitted sites that could experience flooding, and of course, wildfires continue to be a concern. And so we really want to make sure that there's more visibility and we have a better handle on what those vulnerabilities look like and what we can do to get ahead of any potential challenges associated with climate change. Our hazardous waste management plan, you had a chance to talk about this yesterday. I think that these two bullets are entirely consistent with that conversation, that very robust conversation. And then there's, this is Safer Consumer Products. I'm sorry for the P, it's SCP, it's Safer Consumer Products. There's in that in that program, among the many, many things that they're working on, they're doing a few things that are very important in terms of water quality protection, especially when we think about the potential to use wastewater, recycle it, give it another life. And so what we know is that there are chemicals that are entering wastewater treatment plants and are not necessarily easily remediated. And so the best way to tackle those is to do true source control, which is eliminate the problem at the source, which in this case is the product. I mean, there are other sources of nonylphenol ethoxylates, but laundry detergents is one source that we can do something about. And then the program is doing a good job of quantifying the impacts of their decisions, and they'll continue to do that for their work. And with that, I'll pause and ask for your questions and thoughts.
Thank you. That's a lot to consume. Okay, Sushma. We'll have opportunity for public comment as well. We'll start with board question, discussion, and then public comment.
Thank you, Meredith. I have two questions. First is on the topic of community engagement. We've previously talked about how community engagement is different from outreach. We heard you now talk about great examples from Exide. We also last week had an experience where the board met with community stakeholders from that was organized by Neighbors Against PTI. It was a great turnout. Katie joined us. Again, a great experience for both the community as well as DTSC to hear from the community. So my question here is, we've had some good examples. Can you speak to some foundational changes that you, Serlene, have made to institute community engagement frameworks across DTSC? Like, what has changed in the last 2 years?
So I can speak to that, but that's actually very much aligned with what Serlene will be speaking to later today. And I think it's better to have that come from her in a sense. I will say that one of the things, and I'm just going to point to the deputy team. Our deputy team has been doing a lot of work to coordinate across their programs to break down some of the silos. And I think that's foundational to how well we can actually do some of the community engagement. So we have expertise in community engagement, certainly in our Office of Environmental Equity. And there are pockets of it around the department. But unless we start to integrate and create more capacity for it by making sure that OEE is brought in and can advise on how to do effective community engagement. Serlene will talk about her community of practice that she has with her team, where they, on a regular basis, come together, say, this is what's working, this is not working, these are the best practices, and capture those things. So I do think this breaking down of the silos to make sure that the best practices get disseminated and get to be incorporated as part of the culture is very, very important, and that is happening.
All right, thank you. I will hold my question related to engagement when Serlene is able to join us. My next set of questions is about metrics, because now we have another partner that's really deeply interested in metrics. We've spoken about how our experience with metrics has been in fits and starts. We've had some ideas, we've gotten together, but we haven't actually made meaningful progress. Would love to do that with you. And I've heard you talk about all of the back-end IT systems and things that have to be lined up in order for the data to flow cleanly. How might we engage in shaping how you think about metrics, not at the downstream end of receiving something that's already baked?
Mm-hmm. Well, I will say I look forward to that very thing. One of the things we had as a concept last year was that the board would advise us on some of especially our community engagement metrics. And so I do think that's a welcome, that's something we would welcome. Craig is going to be running point on metrics, and so you will have a good partner there to think these things through. But again, part of the reason we elevated the IT things is so that we could bring in our IT folks. And let me just say a word about our IT experts, which is first of all, they get awards all the time. They got 2 more awards this week. I won't even go into that. But they take great care to partner with programs to understand what is the business need? What are we trying to accomplish? How does the tool system, whatever it is, need to function in order to serve its intended purpose? And I think if we bring them into the conversation about metrics, they will learn a tremendous amount and therefore can do what we need to make sure that we're capturing the right information to have meaningful metrics.
Fully aligned and fully appreciate the fact that IT is a very invisible piece of work, but a very critical partner to realizing how we think about metrics and surface them to our stakeholders. We just want to be more engaged with them early on so that as we're building the piping, our commentary and direction is not coming too late in the game where they're unable to make some foundational changes.
And the other thing I'll say about them, which is something that I think is universal in the IT and software development world these days anyway, is iterative approaches. So even if we miss one opportunity, that doesn't mean we can't circle back and continue to make improvements to capture the information we're interested in.
Thank you.
To that point, when I look at how we've approached 2023 priorities, what the commitments were, and then what the update achievements were, that model, and I would recommend the subcommittee look at that and say, in the update column, in the reporting out column, that's where we're wanting to have, the measurements, right? And so we've been more in narrative form for the most part on updating. We do some numbers, how many permits, how many permit appeals, but when I look at the last column, I would ask the subcommittee to look at that and say, what do you want that last column to be? How do we approach this in the format where you put it in boxes, right? Priority commitments update. That's a great way to look at it besides, by department. And then can we measure? What are we measuring? Can we get it done this year? And if not, when can we get a metric on that? So I think that's where we haven't been able until now to say we're ready to really work on metrics. So it's on us as well as to guide and say, what do we all want to hear? And what does the community want to hear, right, on the other end? Is the number of permit decisions, that's great. That gets the backlog off. Then there's more to it than just the number of permits that get issued or permit drafts that go out. So I think that's where I'm looking to the subcommittee. We all are looking to the subcommittee so that we can actually say, how do we assess the priorities for 2024 relative to what we said in 2023, and how are we going to measure them? And I think we're not quite there. Or at least I don't feel we're there yet. So I'd be interested in hearing from other board members about how we're going to do that. It might be the big sit with Craig, where we really do with the subcommittee and then come back to the full board with how we're going to do that. So that when we're looking at the report next year, we can anticipate what we want to see. We didn't do that last year.
Right.
We didn't say, what do we want to see this year? We weren't prepared for that. We weren't as able as I think we are now. So,
Sorry, I just want to chime in here that prior to Ingrid joining, Georgette and I were on the metrics subcommittee. We did actually meet a few times with DTSC. We had a framework that we proposed. There was, I think, some staffing challenges on DTSC's end to nominate a lead to drive metrics with us. So we weren't able to actually do something meaningful, but we had come up with a workshop construct so that we could start doing public engagement and getting some early inputs on metrics that matter to community members, because we recognize that all of the metrics that are being tracked and reported by DTSC, not all of them matter equally from a community perspective in terms of how their lived experience is changing. So I think regardless, I think it's not very useful to look back. I think looking forward, now that we have Craig, would love to deep dive. We don't have to have a perfect answer. Let's start doing some listening sessions and integrating some early thinking in. So looking forward to doing that. And then, of course, the huge, I fully agree with the comment Jeannie made, which is we need an objective way to measure DTSC's performance, and the metrics allows us to do that. Otherwise, we're sort of going by narrative.
Yes, Ingrid.
Yeah, I think this speaks to a little bit of my confusion in terms of how the DTSC's priorities fit with, and that the statute clearly says, that those are provided to us for our review and our approval. With the performance metrics, it's in the same, not only in the same section, they're in the same sentence.
Right.
So in that same sentence, there's a second duty for this body to adopt clear performance metrics for the department and each of the department programs. So there's very clearly, there's two documents. We each have different responsibilities for them, but yet there has to be some connection between the two. So because, so my concern is really a process concern, not so much a contents concern, but how would we move now we're moving into our third year as a body, move forward year after year with doing the first part of the sentence without figuring out how we're going to tie in with our own duty. So I have a lot of questions about timing and whether or not this is the time to move this before we can really figure out how are we going to tie our own duty around performance metrics with DTSC's priorities that they have given us.
If I may. So a couple of responses on those. That's so important, Ingrid, because I do think there is a difference and we haven't been that clear about that distinction. And I do think that comes directly back to the question of technology. Like, we have to keep the trains running on time, and that's our job, right? And so we're going to have metrics and we're going to be collecting data that is very operational. And that's very different from metrics associated with community outcomes. And so we can't necessarily ask that the things that department puts together to collect information be the be all and end all for some of the things that will end up in the board, in the board's document about metrics and performance. So I wanted to mention that. And I would also say, and you mentioned being objectively able to assess whether or not we performed. There's always this tension whenever you're doing goals, objectives, deliverables, metrics between outputs and outcomes. And the metrics that we've provided are very output oriented. Check the box, we either did it or we didn't. And I think these are things that really matter. Like, did we make the decision, or, did the third party monitor tell us whether or not we were responsive through the feedback system? They very much matter. At the same time, when you look at the risk of focusing on those outputs is always that you lose track of the bigger picture where you've checked all the boxes and nothing has really actually evolved. So I ask that we all collectively be mindful about that as we move forward.
Thank you. Keep going.
And this is a genuine question, because I was looking pretty closely at the statutory language, and I do notice that that it states that the annual priorities will be for each program under the department. And so in my mind, I was expecting, we have our, the remediation, we have our permitting, we have a safer consumer product. We have, like, that's in my mind how I envision like the different programs at DTSC. And you've organized this very differently. And I don't know that that's not a good idea. So I wonder if you could explain maybe why you think maybe that structure works better, or if there's a way to maybe do both, so we actually can also figure out who to go to for the different programmatic priorities.
Yeah, the latter is easy. It's easy to create a crosswalk for these things. The way we actually develop the priorities is each of the programs does actually come up with their priorities and their deliverables. And then as we look at them, themes emerge. Ideas emerge. And I think it's important that the whole be greater than the sum of the parts. And so that would be my argument for why we do this in a not program by program way. Again, that then lends itself to siloing, and we have things that are happening in enforcement under our hazardous waste management program that are very important to make sure that they roll over to our cleanup program or our safer consumer products program. And so and it's my job, right, to be able to take that step back and look holistically. And so that would be my argument about why we can do it. But everybody, how many deputies are in the room? I'm a spreadsheet girl. I love to have things in a spreadsheet so you can slice and dice them any way you want. Unfortunately, I'm outvoted on that many, many times. But I feel you on that. It's always helpful to look at things from multiple angles.
I really appreciate that answer. It's kind of why I asked. I didn't have a particular concern with it, but was just really curious about your thinking. And do see some value in crosswalking as well.
Thank you. And I think when we asked for priorities, it was literally, what are the priorities for the department? Not necessarily like in 2023, you didn't call out safer consumer products, right? That at that moment, that was in process of the 10-year in the plan. So in terms of how you manage what are the hot issues, that's what drove priorities, as opposed to a full-on program review, which would have included safer consumer products. We would have had something to say about it. So how it is you need to operate priorities and how we need to come back and evaluate, there's obviously but we also have different responsibilities, which I think is what you're pointing out. And we just didn't do the metrics dive. We didn't, and glad to have Craig here. We had started it with Francesca a little bit, but we kind of all lost our way. So do you have anything you want to add to that, Georgette? Because I know you were engaged to some extent on that.
No, not necessarily. I think it's been said. I do look for that opportunity to figure out how do we influence this in a more proactive way than being reactive, which just feels like that's where we are right now, right?
Exactly.
And it's by the nature of the way that the timing and all of that. So hopefully we can get to that point, really.
Thank you. And Alexis?
I was just going to check on the document that we have is 2024 priorities. Are we speaking calendar year or state fiscal year?
Calendar year.
So for this calendar year, we're now a fourth of the way
That's
through. And I'm thinking ahead. The board is under its SB 158 mandate to evaluate DTSC's performance. And we've begun that process for the 2023 calendar year and hope to bring a draft to our May meeting in Berkeley. But very soon after we might wrap up that process, we'll be halfway through this calendar year and working from this set of priorities. And in beginning to work on 2023's evaluation, I'm struck by places where, because we didn't engage to a conclusion on metrics, there was some language that didn't necessarily have whether in the strategic plan dashboard or in the document, it didn't really get at a level of specificity. And so if I were to look at this one and learn from it for next evaluation, there are things that I'm not sure how to measure, like when it says DTSC will pursue steps to do something or strengthen our regulatory oversight of a particular sector. I don't know, how would we measure that when we get around to the 2024 evaluation? Is that something that we should just start working with Craig on through the metrics subcommittee to get more specific? You understand the tension between the goal and something that's measurable.
Well, I'm going to start with what are priorities, right? And I talked about this a lot last year, but I didn't talk about it this year. Like, why bother have priorities? And it's largely to help us make decisions, keep focus. Where are we putting the resources? You know what? That other thing, it's really important. It's going to have to wait. It's going to have to wait because these are our priorities and these are what we're committed to. And so I mentioned that a little bit in response to Jeannie's comment. And so the priorities, the narrative around the priorities is really intended to describe that so that, you know, somebody reading it can make that link to perhaps an individual project. As written, you're exactly right that there are some broad statements in some of the priorities, and the intent was that the metrics and deliverables tie adequately so that you could make that determination about whether or not we'd actually met that goal. Those are the measures we think are the indicators as to whether or not we've succeeded on our priority. A priority isn't necessarily an outcome. They're written as priorities, not as goals. And so I would ask the board to look very critically at those places where you find some broad language and then you look at the metrics and you're saying, I don't see how these metrics speak to that element of how you've described the priority. That would be my request. So, providing oversight. And if you take the metal shredders, there's language about adequate oversight, and that's our inspections. Those are the 6 inspections. They are intended to demonstrate that we have provided rigorous oversight. So that's what I would ask for is where are the gaps?
Okay. And then the other thing, I was juxtaposing your 2023 and 2024 priorities. And one of the things that I didn't see give the same attention, but it's inferred through the renewal of permits, is compliance and enforcement. And I know that that's going to continue to be a priority and that there will be metrics around inspections and the like. But do you envision that among the metrics would be a compliance and enforcement measurable output? Outcome?
So you're leading us to this tension we have also between this document and this exercise and our dashboard, where we do have enforcement. And I do think the board needs to look at all of those things as you assess the performance of the department. The challenge being, of course, the dashboard doesn't always line up with the calendar year. And like you said, there's a lag with some of these things. So I think that's another area for discussion with Craig about how to align those things. But I do think, again, enforcement is, it just is a priority. And we're not there. We do have an enforcement strategy, and you're welcome to ask that we put some, consider adding a priority around enforcement. We could consider that so that there is kind of, in the same way that last year, for instance, we had community engagement and embedded in various parts of the priorities narratives, but it wasn't showing up as a central area of focus. We could do
the reason I say that is because you're going to invest in some aspect of the violation scoring procedure, updated reg from what you said earlier. And the whole notion of, for example, if I were to invent a goal, it would be that the 70-some permitted hazardous waste facilities have no class 1 violations, and are inspected per X frequency. You know, something like that I could see measuring, and by being in compliance and having no Class 1 violations, it reinforces the strength of a recently reissued permit. To me, that's a desired community level of protection.
No,
But I don't want to take us down the details of where the metrics group is going to go. I'm just offering that as an example of going from 2023 to 24 and in taking responsibility for how we're going to do the departmental evaluation. I'm just thinking through some of the obstacles I'm facing right now. And on a separate track at some other time, I think we should talk about the merits of how the strategic plan will get redone in the future and whether there's merit in investing a lot in a strategic plan versus in trying to really nail metrics. Anyway, that's it for now.
I will only say that we have evolved our enforcement metrics on the dashboard regularly, and as with a lot of things in the department, there's a lot of variability, right? Coming up with a timeline for review of a technical document on a feasibility study varies depending on how big the cleanup is. Similarly, enforcement varies depending on the complexity of the cases, things like that. So that is something we struggle with, is how do you find metrics that are meaningful given the broad range, the dynamic range of the things that we have responsibilities for.
I have we seem to have two things that we have to do. Priorities are one thing. We have to approve the priorities. Second part is evaluating the programs, which and the metrics for that, right? So I know there've been a lot of efforts over the last year or two to try to get our hands around the metrics. Priorities, we've dealt with them almost like two separate things, right? Because we have two separate obligations. And we've tried to marry those two, metrics for the priorities as well as performance of the whole department. So I think we have a little work in sorting through that. The priorities in a narrative form, one can say, yeah, that's an important priority. Continued permits, community vulnerability, all of those as narrative priorities make perfect sense. And we might add something like we did last time, community engagement, or this year, say, enforcement. Translating that into a program evaluation and into the metrics is the big bucket of work that has yet to be done. So while we don't have metrics on all of your priority areas, I think it's fair to say we just don't have them yet. We have work to do. Is that correct? In order to arrive at. That doesn't mean that as a concept, we should be looking at these priorities. Do we agree that the department should invest its effort into these priorities at not necessarily the exclusion, but their priorities, which means something else isn't, right? You're grading these as more important when you have decisions that you have to make about investment of resource and your energy and everybody's energy. So if we're going to approve the 2024 priorities, I think we have to separate them from that other big task at this point, unless we're not prepared, but it's a quarter of the way through. Georgette? We've got everybody wants to talk. So
Yeah, and I think we're all going to
chance.
react to what you're saying
Want to provoke
because
conversation here.
it makes sense what you're saying, but at the same time, it creates a conflict because once we develop so maybe we should create expectations that if we are to adopt these priorities for the department, and as we develop the metrics and we find out that we want to do something that is not called out, then do we bring back these priorities to rearrange them? I'm just afraid that as we move forward with the scope of work around metrics, and it's not reflected here, how do we manage that? How do we manage that conflict? Or are we saying this is being, because of the nature of these, of the process in which we're looking at right now, we're going to be stuck with these priorities as defining how we approach the metrics?
I wasn't suggesting that these priorities are the sole source of what we'll use for metrics.
So I'm saying that out loud because that should be the expectation to Meredith in terms of, as we develop the metrics, we might want to do something different. We might need to bring back this conversation of priorities yet again, because it could lead to prioritizing something different or adding more to it. So I just want to make sure that we're clear.
Well, I will say, I just want to add one caveat here, that the priorities are for the year. We either approve them or we don't, or we try to leave the door open if you want to amend.
I am asking leaving the door
You
open.
want to leave a door open. That's what I'm asking. Okay. Let's keep hearing from people.
Yeah, I guess my concern is a couple of things. One is, I am cognizant of the timing issue, that our next board meeting is not until May. That being said, I don't know that our approval today or not approval today changes too much what DTSC does, because these are DTSC priorities, and I anticipate that DTSC is not waiting for us. And so what do we lose, really, by saying, let's wait so we can figure out how these two duties interrelate? Because what we could unintentionally do if we decide to move forward today, because we are, we're worried about the time, is that we are unintentionally making a decision that these are going to be two very separate processes. We may in fact land there, but I don't know that we've had the conversation. And particularly like with, kind of coming on and maybe revitalizing the performance metrics conversations, maybe if we do hold this open, we can come up with some recommendations on, yes, we do think they should be completely separate, or no, there's ways that we can tie it together. So I see some value in holding it open so we can at least have these conversations internally. And I don't see much downsides to doing that because DTSC has its internal priorities. It's already operating. I don't know that our decision today will make much difference unless somebody, sees it differently.
Point taken. Sushma?
I'm going to try and summarize two themes I've heard now. One is this tension between outputs and One is the tension between outputs and outcomes, and we acknowledge that. The second thing is this interdependency between the strategic plan, the priorities, and the metrics. Okay? I want to seed where we left off the metrics work that we had previously done. Our fundamental principle was that DTSC does programs. The what that DTSC delivers are through its programs, and the how it does it are through those principles like community engagement and so on. So with that lens in mind, we had organized all of DTSC's programs, like the site mitigation program and SCP, all of the programs you have, against the metrics we found in your KPI dashboard that's publicly available. And then the conversation we were hoping to have at a workshop level was, what do you see that's missing? So daylighting bringing awareness to what KPIs and metrics already exist, and having this conversation about which of these things are most critically resonating with the stakeholders and what is missing that we can then build some piping, back-end IT piping working with DTSC on. So I'm seeding this for Craig. Primarily, this is not a question. This is to say, we have a decent foundation to build on that attempts to connect the strategic plan with the priorities and the metrics. Let's use that and build on it and actually just progress.
No?
I'm trying to think of the way forward over the next couple of months. When we did this last year, we asked you to make one change to the document, but we recognized, as Ingrid mentioned, that this is your document. These are your priorities. And so we know that the board, through its metrics subcommittee, will work diligently with Craig to come up with metrics, and then I think we can crosswalk it. And so my suggestion to my fellow board members is that we acknowledge, if not endorse, this as DTSC's document. And secondly, that we put upon ourselves the job of working closely with your leadership team to try to come back in May with what can we do over the next couple of months vis-a-vis board/DTSC metrics. And that's my suggestion for the interim period.
We can't hear you. Okay.
So I appreciate that recommendation. I think it would serve the issues that are being raised. Member Gomez, Georgette, there is a tension, right? I'm always very happy to operate in the gray, but when you have 1,400 people trying to move in one direction, you at some point have to say, this is what we're doing, and this is where we're going. And so while there is the potential that priorities could change, priorities did change from our original draft last year. Exide popped up and it became a priority, and we had to adopt and we adapt, and we did. So there's always room for that. And I think the thing to recognize is that should something else come up as a priority, something will be impacted. There is a cost to taking on a new priority. And so should that become something that comes out in the rest of the year, I ask us to really make sure we understand what the implications are to changing the priorities when we do have momentum in a particular direction.
So do we have a recommended motion as to our approach to this?
Madam Chair, we're going to have public comment on this section first and then
Of
go
course we
to
are.
board vote, just so that you have also the public's input on this section.
Okay.
So we will now open the floor for public comment on the department's 2024 priorities presentation. We have about 10 minutes allotted for public comment here, and as a reminder, I will go over instructions on how to comment for this section and also throughout the rest of the meeting. For those that are joining us in person and wish to comment on this item, please raise your hand. Okay, I see 1, 2. Okay, and for those joining us on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand on the Zoom toolbar or press *9 on your phone. If you have joined us on the Spanish channel by phone, interpreters will provide instructions. I will acknowledge each commenter by first and last name as displayed on Zoom, and I apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name. I would like to express your comment. If you would like to express your comment in writing, you may submit it via email to besinfo@bes.dtsc.gov. And again, if you're experiencing technical difficulties or are unable to make verbal comments, you may use the Q&A chat function. So please type at the beginning of your comment, please read aloud. And we ask that your comment take no longer than 3 minutes. For your convenience, you'll see a timer located on the screen, and you will hear a chime sound when there are 30 seconds. Can we please put the slide up for instructions on how to comment? And for those that are making a Spanish comment, the time allotted will be doubled for participants to allow for translation. Okay, so beginning with the in-person commenters. I saw first a hand here. Please make your way up to the podium. Speak directly into the mic so that we can capture your name and affiliation.
Good morning. My name is Angela Johnson-Mazzaros from Earth Justice. Thank you for having me here today, and welcome Board Member Bostrom to the team. I wanted to comment quickly on SB 673. I've, of course, been before you before to talk about this issue. As you well know, it was adopted in 2015 with an implementation date of 2018. And so now we're half a decade beyond when that, excuse me, when the rulemaking should have been completed. So what we're asking, so let me remind the board that and DTSC that a rulemaking is very helpful, But not having rulemaking doesn't alleviate DTSC's responsibilities to comply with the legislative mandate to incorporate both enforcement history and cumulative impacts into its permitting decisions, many of which are scheduled, important permitting decisions which are scheduled for this year. So this conversation about metrics and objectives has been very fascinating, and I think that you are headed in the right direction with this conversation. So what I'm requesting today is when we look at the presentation, there is 2 slides that are labeled as metrics related to SB 673. And those metrics are to release a rulemaking packet for public conversation. I would like to request that the metric be completing the rulemaking. It's 2024. This is an important and critical issue. It has an impact on lots of things that are happening at the agency. And by this point in time, I believe we are far beyond setting a goal by December of releasing a packet for the rulemaking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And on to the next person.
Well, hang on a second.
I'll defer any comment on that until Katie Butler speaks. She's
Perfect.
going to speak about 673 and give a sense of the timeline and where we are, and I think that will speak to the question.
Thank you for that. I was going to comment that we have that on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person to comment in person, please state your name and affiliation.
Great, thank you. Dawn Kepke, great to see you all. With McHugh Kepke Padron on behalf of the California Council for Environmental and Economic Balance, CEEB. Pleased to be with you today and appreciate the director's presentation on the priorities. Certainly, we look forward to engaging with the department ongoing on the 673 Track 2 regulations. Given that Deputy Director Butler will speak to that, perhaps I'll save a little bit more detailed comments on that for that. But in terms of the priorities around the generation handling fee, which also certainly will be coming to the board, and certainly you're already thinking about that. I think, as you well know, certainly very concerned in terms of CEEB and its members. We've appreciated the opportunity to engage with the department and their fiscal team on a number of occasions thus far to try to better understand kind of what led to the gap. As you recall, we were very engaged in the reform that led to those fee increases. We supported, the notion that the department needed to be well funded in order to address its missions, obligations, as well as to be, responsive to permitting timelines, all of those sorts of things. So certainly recognize that, and that has not changed. Nevertheless, we are concerned about that significant gap and what that means for kind of the next round of fee discussions. I think one of the things that does concern us is just that we're still kind of digging in and trying to better ascertain what led to that gap. And we really are just encouraging the board and the department to avoid this next round just being purely just additional fee increases, but perhaps taking a look at some additional items, which we've talked with the DTSC team about. It does seem that they're considering that, including looking at some of the exemptions that still exist. While we can appreciate that when it comes to development and other governmental related projects that result in some hazardous waste generation, it does concern our members that we're continuing to subsidize that, and any fee increases that wouldn't be commensurate with those activities and generators, we think would be unfair and inequitable. Additionally, looking at, and in terms of additional efficiencies, are there opportunities to consider, some of the department's mandates related to the hazardous waste control account? Are there kind of overlapping duplicative elements? Perhaps not, but worth a look on that front. And then just generally, we would just note that the universe of generators is pretty significant, but it should be noted that not all those generators, much less the wastes that they generate, are all created equal. So as an example, and I think you've heard me speak about this before, in the contaminated soils arena, for one example, you have contaminated soils that perhaps are contaminated as a result of a responsible party, which is one thing, but also those that are contaminated as a result of naturally occurring metals, asbestos from various development projects, undergrounding of utility projects, much less infrastructure. And so while
Thank you. That's time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate
Thank you,
it.
Dawn. And we always welcome your written comments as well.
Thank you. And I checked with the Spanish interpreters for this section on Spanish comments, and there are none at this time. I just wanted to remind folks on Zoom, this is the only time to comment for the department's 2024 priorities, and I do not see any hands up. So that will conclude. There is one. Oh, thank you so much. Ivana Castellanos. I will send you a request to unmute. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. This is Ivana Castellanos with Physicians for Social Responsibility Los Angeles and the Change Coalition. Thank you for the presentation today. I had first a question around whether the vote today is strictly on the priorities or it also includes these metrics and deliverables. I just haven't had an opportunity to look at these with more detail. So I'm just kind of wondering about that. And then I do have some other comments broadly about the conversation that's been taking place today. And I really appreciated the discussion around what priorities are and how they help to guide us in decision making. I think in particular, something that's sort of missing from this conversation is generally priorities help guide your decision making with an understanding of the resources that you have available to you. And so I'm thinking that perhaps it would be beneficial to evaluate sort of the timeline for the development of these priorities on an annual basis, and that it could involve kind of a bigger conversation around DTSC's resources and how we're dedicating those resources through these priorities, maybe in like the second half of the year prior. So that's just a broad thought, and I just thought about that. So I don't have too much more details. And I think in terms of specific comments on these priorities, I will agree with Angela Mazzaros around the community vulnerability regulations. DTSC's extremely slow implementation of SB 673 and the lack of transparency over its slow process has been very concerning to communities. And during this delay, the permitting process continues to inadequately take into account the cumulative impacts that frontline communities face. So definitely would like to see more progress on that than what is laid out here, and looking forward to hearing that presentation later today. I think around the conversation regarding adding enforcement, I would definitely like to see something around strengthening DTSC's enforcement capacity to ensure that permitted sites are following the requirements of their permits and paying any fees, increasing DTSC's investigative capacity to respond to community concerns related to specific sites, and evaluating self-reported data to identify and enforce violations and penalties. So would love to see that, and happy to see the metrics and the priority around Exide, but would like to have a bigger conversation around how to prioritize community engagement at other sites as well. And I think that was, I think that kind of captures my key comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivana.
Thank you so much, Ivana. To answer your question about the board vote, it will be solely on whether to approve the 2024 department priorities. Okay, so that was the last call for public comment on this item, on this section of agenda item number 3, and that concludes this comment period for the department's 2024 priorities. I will now kick it back to Chair Rizzo.
Thank you. So it seems like we have an up, down, or hold. Does anybody want to move to one of those 3 positions?
I'll take it.
Okay.
Inviting board member comment on this. I move that this board approve the DTSC 2024 calendar year priorities document, and that we continue in parallel 2 things. One, the metrics subcommittee's work with DTSC leadership to develop the appropriate BES and DTSC metrics. And secondly, as Member Gomez noted, that as needed, we may come back to DTSC with recommendations specific to this priorities document.
Is there a
I
second?
second.
Okay, let's have board discussion now about, does everybody understand? The motion is to approve the priorities as presented with the understanding that the work on metrics will continue and that the board can come back to bring forth to Dr. Williams and DTSC any other recommendations in terms of priorities that emerge. Am I capturing what you said? I just want to restate it in, so discussion. Ingrid?
Yeah, I mean, I guess my question in terms of what do we lose by holding versus what do we gain by holding, I still see that balance in terms as we gain a little bit more from holding, because I don't see what benefit we have from moving forward today, because I didn't hear DTSC that say that it's going to hold them up. I was kind of listening for that, like it's very important that this move forward because it's, DTSC is kind of tentatively, holding on something. And I didn't hear that, and maybe I should have been a little more explicit in terms of like, will this negatively impact DTSC's ability to move on actions? So I was really listening for kind of like, what is the benefit from moving today versus holding? And I don't think I heard it. And I do see some benefit from not moving forward today. So that's where I'm at. But definitely.
Let's keep talking.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna, I am curious if Dr. Meredith can speak to the question that Ingrid is asking.
Yeah, I think you nailed it, right? We don't really have a choice but to keep moving. So that's where we are. But again, we can always adjust, change direction as needed based on the board's input.
So given the conversation here, Vice Chair, would you like to strike your motion?
No, time out. We're not done. Let's hear, we heard Ingrid's thinking. Yeah,
Sushma wants to
Sushma.
speak.
Georgette said what I wanted to say, which is ask if Meredith had a response.
Okay.
The reason I put the motion that way was because this is DTSC's document. And I don't think in the 60 days till our next board meeting that we will materially offer up any BES original work to change this document. I think DTSC has a number of well-planned as well as unplanned priorities to attend to, as we've heard today. And my suggestion is that since we're not likely to ask the director to change this document, but rather we're going to invest wholly through our subcommittee in coming up with some metrics, I would not like to be reworking this in May when we have to deal with a number of other issues, including the draft evaluation. So that's my reason for putting the motion that way and suggesting we just abide with it and turn our energies toward the metrics conversation with DTSC leadership.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second, more comment, Ingrid?
Yeah, just to that point, I agree. I agree that this is not for us to say these are the priorities we think you ought to have, and we're going to make lots of changes. So to me, the value in holding is not that. It really is to provide us a little bit more time on how moving forward we see the interrelationship between the two documents, if there is any. And we very well could come back and say, our recommendation is, yeah, they need to be two separate processes. They're in the same sentence, but they really serve different purposes. So by holding, it does give us that chance to kind of define process more. And I assume we could do that if we move forward today, regardless. So I don't think it entirely stops us. But I do think it provides us a little bit more flexibility and potentially a little more urgency to solving that issue, because I have heard that there's been some fits and starts in terms of developing performance metrics. And, by tying these a little closer together, we could really maybe make this a higher priority for us to figure out. So that is the benefit.
It would be useful in terms of whether I withdraw the motion to get a sense of whether the board members would prefer to continue the item to the next meeting, or how would we like to proceed? Could we each address that? What do you wish?
Well, I'm holding that it is March. And we've questioned ourselves whether we should be doing calendar or fiscal year anyway, right? You know, and I know, do you always operate on a calendar year for your priorities, Meredith, or is it just the way this fell into the lap?
Well, understand that we never had to do this exercise before you existed, so last year was year one.
Okay, all right, that's what I thought, but I wanted to reaffirm it. So the challenge with calendar year versus fiscal year obviously has to do with budgeting and capacity and other things. I mean, I'm fine with sticking with calendar year priorities, but I think that's up for question, okay? That the team should be looking at, are we doing this calendar or fiscal? Because we report out, I mean, it affects how we think about budget or BCPs or anything else come up. You know, it just feels odd to me that we're on calendar and fiscal for everything else.
And we could, and I can talk to the team, it could be we change the dashboard to calendar year. That's also
Right,
a possibility.
because you've got to count, right.
Right, so we have flexibility on that front also. And I will say that lesson learned, I think this whole exercise would be a bit easier if we'd had both the priorities and the metrics
Yes,
at the meeting.
yes.
And so you weren't getting it in bits and pieces. So, that's something we can work toward next year, is to, you know, just.
So we have two parts to this. Does, you know, of the priorities that were narrated to us, I didn't get a sense that anybody objects to anything in there, right? That these are supportable priorities for the department. There's nothing in there that we think, or something that is grossly missing, except perhaps getting the metrics together, right? That would be the thing that we might want to, that is a priority. I would invite the team to look at, as we're exploring this with Craig and with you and the subcommittee, should this be all calendar, dashboard? Because that's been part of the challenge, trying to put metrics together to something that's on the calendar when something else is fiscal, right? So I think we could look at that. I think endorsing the department to move ahead with what they're doing, that there's no objection to the priorities that were presented. We're not saying take that off your list. Part of approval is saying you don't disapprove. We can hold them, we can approve them. I haven't heard anybody say they want to disapprove them. So the motion on the floor right now is to approve them with all the caveats to continue to work on the metrics. The alternative option presented was to just put it on hold till the May meeting as a combination of impetus, but without disagreement that those are important things, correct? Okay, so the will of the board is unclear to me. We have a motion and a second. Do you want to vote on that motion? Do you want to withdraw the motion?
May I just ask a question? I think to your point, Ingrid, if we hold this, I think you're suggesting that if we hold the approval of the priorities, that will hold us jointly accountable to make progress on metrics. So let me ask you, Meredith, and then Craig, a question. Are you willing and able to commit to firing on all cylinders on metrics over the next 2 months if we hold this until the next board meeting? And if you think that not holding it, like it doesn't matter whether we hold it or not, you're still going to fire on all cylinders on metrics with us, then this is irrelevant.
I think we can, yes, I think we have the right person in place. This is in Craig's portfolio, and he's prepared to have those discussions and move things forward. And again, our OEIM staff is available, so I don't see any obstacles to moving forward with the discussion. Can I speak out of turn?
Oh, by all means.
So the one thing that I'm not hearing in your discussion, which I think is helpful for the department, is, Alexis, you talked about the fact that some of our language doesn't it's broad. And so if I were making an argument for a reason to hold it over, it would be so that you could go through that exercise that I asked about, which is telling us definitively, these metrics do not speak to that portion of your priority description. So.
And that would, thank you for that. And I think that, okay, so the motion on the table now is to approve them. Do you have a comment?
I offer an alternative solution. One solution, and this came up last year too, right? Where Exide was not a priority on the 2023 priorities, but it became a priority. So it's an iterative process. Things come up that are priorities. So one solution could be that the board could choose to approve, yet revisit the priorities, say in 3 or 4 months, and provide changes once there's a more in-depth discussion on metrics at that time, since this document could be iterative. So it's an add-on to what Member Alexis Weishacker was saying.
Pardon?
That was the motion.
That was her motion, effectively. Can you read
I guess
Alexis?
sorry to interrupt. I guess what I'm saying is to put a date on the calendar, not May, but a further future meeting, maybe 4 months from now, where the board relooks at the priorities in conjunction with the metrics, because it doesn't seem like May will provide enough time to really allow for that.
To allow for the whole kit and caboodle.
Yes.
Could you reread the motion that's on the floor right now, please?
Sure. What I captured was that Vice Chair would like to move to approve the department's 2024 priorities with the caveat that the metrics subcommittee work to look at the metrics provided by the department and then come back in May or at a later date to with the substantive information that the department was going to provide, explaining more in depth with the priorities. Is there something else that you would like to add if I didn't capture it correctly?
Why don't I restate, because I think we just need to have this be very concise.
Yes.
Yeah.
I move, and I'm trying to restate what I had said, that this board vote in support of the DTSC 2024 calendar year priorities document, noting that our metrics subcommittee is working with DTSC leadership to bring back to the board at a future meeting a more robust metrics discussion.
So the motion on the floor is to approve and for the metrics subcommittee to bring back. There was a second to that motion. Does the second stand? We can accept or reject this motion and take the next motion. So we need to call a vote on there's a motion and a second.
Can I just clarify one thing, Jeannie? The motion as it is doesn't have a timeline associated with it, because I heard some commentary on the timeline.
At a later date, do you want to amend the motion with a specific timeline?
We would like to propose that by the next board meeting, we have a set of recommendations on the metrics portion, but that would again require that DTSC is able to work with us to keep pace on what we bring back. Does that work, Ingrid?
Does that work for you, Alexis? So instead of at a later board meeting, at the May board meeting. So that's the motion on the table right now, to approve them as they are and come back in May with the metrics recommendations on that and broader, right? Okay. That's the motion. Do you want to call the?
I'll call the vote.
Okay. Thank you. Call the vote. Okay. You want to call us, please?
Great, thank you. Member Bhatia?
Yes.
Member Brostrom,
Yes.
Member Gomez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker,
Yes.
and Chair Rizzo.
Yes.
Great, thank you. That is all ayes. The motion passes to approve the department's priorities as the motion was stated.
Thank you.
And
That was our
number
most fun motion all day. Okay, the day's young, somebody just said. Okay. Thank you, Evelyn. So now, and thank you, Dr. Williams, and for coming back and forth with us to help us get through that. We now are Exide update. Dr. Williams.
Thank you. And I think I think there's only one slide on Exide. I'll dive in. Happy to provide you with an update on where we are with the Exide cleanup, with a focus on the residential cleanup. First of all, we passed a pretty significant milestone, and I wanted to make sure that was something you noticed. We have now cleaned up 5,000 properties as of March 8th. We stood up the new contract. They're back in the field with 20 crews. Parsons Transportation is the contractor on that, and so they're hard at work and mobilized, and that allowed us. We were just below 5,000 properties for months and months, and now we're moving again, and we're excited to see things move forward. Another note on the residential contract that's not on the slide is just access agreements. We haven't talked too much about access agreements, but it's very important to us that, we've committed to clean up 5,980 properties with the remaining funds that we have, and we can't do that if we don't have properties in the queue based on sampling and understanding of what remediation is required. And we have really worked quite hard. We've used contract resources to get more access agreements for sampling and for cleanup. And so we have now secured over 800 of the 950 access agreements that we need. And I said 5,980, it's 5,940 properties. But that puts us in a very good position to meet our obligations under our appropriation. Also, I wanted to mention the new feedback system is up and running. I mentioned that during my earlier comments. We received, starting on February 5th, we received 25 requests. Our initial response time on those 25, and on 24 of the 25 requests was that we got back to the person within 2 days. There's one where there's, a little more complicated, but it's, that one will move, or is moving, I should say. And then what we're seeing in terms of the types of requests that we're getting are what we expected in some sense, which is, what's the schedule? When are you going to get to my house? When are you going to do sampling? Or what did you find? Where's my report? Where's my closeout report? Where's my sampling report? And we're able to provide those resources in a pretty timely fashion. We'll continue to look at the data that comes into the system and figure out what else we can do to be more responsive and to learn from the information that's captured in the system. Pivoting to parkways, we're very close to finishing the parkways contract. It should be done this month, and that will allow us to start the parkways cleanup in Q2. As a reminder, the cleanup standard for the parkways will be the same as the residential areas, which is 80 parts per million of lead. One of the things we want to make sure happens when the new parkways work gets underway is that we have local workers, people who've gone through that environmental remediation training program. And so the cohort has, we have the funding for the cohort. The union is running point on the training, and that training will start in early April 24th. And again, that's critical to make sure that when the parkways contract's in place and they start hiring, that they have a good, strong pool of capable people who've been through the boot camp, who've been trained on lead safety, and are ready to do the work to remediate the parkways. Last note on parkways is just one of the things that, and actually this is One of the things that's very challenging is the number of municipalities that are involved in the Exide cleanup. It's not just one city. And we have worked hard to get agreements with all of the cities within the preliminary investigation area on landscaping and beautification of the parkways. So we're well positioned to move the parkways cleanup forward. And then just a quick note about the Exide, the facility itself. All the regulated buildings have been demolished, and we're on track to take down the remaining buildings by the end of the third quarter of this calendar year. I'll also make a note about the Superfund listing, the NPL listing. We've now provided EPA, US EPA has everything it needs to make its determination about whether or not to list the site. So the next thing that we would likely hear would be if they decide to list it, they would come back to the state and ask for, for the state to agree that in fact it's appropriate to list the site. But we don't expect to have many updates until we hear, they make their determination. Essentially, they're deliberating. So that is my site update. Pretty short.
Thank you, Meredith. Can you give any broad timeline? How long does it usually take EPA on NPL listings? Have they indicated?
It'll be less than 6 months.
Less than 6 months. So there's a decent chance that this will happen in this calendar year.
Yes.
That's important. Thank you. Well, close. Yeah. Any board questions on Exide? I do want to give the overarching support to all the things that were navigated in Exide since our last meeting and the challenges that you faced and corrected and the community's engagement in that. So I want to appreciate you for that.
It's an ongoing process. I think we continue to learn and we continue to make mistakes, and we'll keep at it.
I think the transparency and the immediate response to that mistake and the correction and the response is it's really positive thing. So.
We worked hard to be transparent through that process.
I want to add or echo the sentiment that Jeannie expressed, which is we've seen that happen last year with the solicitation process as well, where there were some things that Georgette and I identified and that were corrected on your end. So thank you for that. But while we're on that topic, we've summarized our findings and recommendations as part of our memo to you. Do you all have any questions? We understand that with Todd leaving, you're probably still figuring out.
I think that would be a good action item to capture, is to report back on responses to the input we got on the contracting process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board questions on Exide? I think we open for public comment now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I will now open the floor for public comment on this Exide section. Is there anyone in person that would like to make a comment? Seeing none, I'll now go to hands raised on Zoom. I see one by our former board member, Liz Ruiz. I will send you an invite to unmute. Okay, you may.
Hi, good morning, board. Liz Ruiz, calling here from Southgate. I just wanted to also express my gratitude to Director Meredith with the way things are being communicated through the Exide working group. It has been a bit of a bumpy ride since Todd left, unfortunately, and it's great to see that communication did happen. That work was being done to kind of make sure that folks from the community, especially those that participate in this working group, do have the opportunity to have a meaningful role in the cleanup, as they are more familiar with how the project has worked historically. I think it's really important to have somebody on the field looking through things and really making sure that, that the mistakes aren't repeated and that the work does keep moving forward. I am personally deeply saddened to see Todd go. I really do, wish to express my gratitude for all the work, all the extra long hours and days he put into making sure that, the Exide cleanup moved forward. I hope that the department really finds somebody that can complement that work, that can hopefully, stick it out longer, because I think it's really important to keep those relationships with the community, to keep that trust that he really worked hard in building with the community. So thank you, and thanks to everybody who's put in that extra work to make this work keep moving. Thank you.
Thank you. Liz, how's baby Linda? The aunties want to know. Okay, anybody else, Evelyn?
That was the only hand. Go ahead, Liz.
I was going to say she's teething right when things were getting easier.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, that was the only hand I see raised on Zoom. I will now ask Spanish interpreters if there are any Spanish comments. Please let me know in the chat. We don't have any emails regarding this section or in the Q&A.
Okay, so I think we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is Katie Butler, update on 673 and Kettleman. That will be followed by board discussion and public comment, including one prearranged comment during that segment by Green Action. So thank you and welcome back, Katie Butler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, board members. I really appreciate the comments and interest earlier in enforcement work. I cannot say enough how paramount enforcement is to all of our work at DTSC, and especially our permitting process. So now our permitting and enforcement staff are working hand in hand, and this has led to a dramatic improvement in the quality of our permits, the relevancy of the permits when our inspectors go on site. So we continuously to look for those opportunities to strengthen the reach and the impact of our enforcement activities. And that in turn improves the quality and timeliness of our permits, which is all very relevant to this conversation about Senate Bill 673. And I'm very excited to give you all an update on our revised concept for our approach to implementing 673 and what we call track 2. So as a reminder, and this is on our website that we updated last year, shows DTSC implemented 5 out of the 7 criteria from Senate Bill 673. Back in 2019, DTSC implemented what we call track 1, which was the first 5 permit criteria. That was the violation scoring procedure, financial assurance, financial responsibility, hazardous waste training for workers, and then a health risk assessment, a new requirement for health risk assessment. So the 2 criteria now that we're focused on, and what I'll focus this presentation on, is the permit criteria for community vulnerability and setback distance. Next slide, please. So I touched on the background a bit. Senate Bill 673 required DTSC to consider those criteria that I outlined just now. And I want to take a moment to acknowledge, appreciate that comment earlier from Angela Meszaros Johnson with Earth Justice. And there were a couple comments to this effect, also the commenter from Change Coalition. But Angela, I thought you said it really well. Just because DTSC has not implemented these new regulations doesn't relieve DTSC of our duty and our obligation to factor in the compliance history and community vulnerabilities in our permit decisions. So as I mentioned, we do have the violation scoring procedure that prescribes how DTSC should do this in a quantitative way. But we also have authority to consider compliance history issues above and beyond that output from the scoring procedure based on our knowledge of the enforcement activities and the results of those. Also, if we have evidence that operations at a permitted hazardous waste facility are not safe and they can't be mitigated through permit conditions, then we have authority to deny permits. So we've been learning a lot about how to implement this Senate Bill 673, how to factor in community vulnerabilities into our permit decisions in a more transparent and systematic way over the course of last year through our work, our review of the Kettleman Hills facility permit, for example, and other work on metal shredders and other important permits that we're looking at, like EcoBat and Fibrotech. Next slide, please. Okay, so why is this important? Especially in light of what I just said, that we have already existing authority to consider community vulnerabilities. Well, we believe that codifying in regulations how we do this, how we factor in community vulnerabilities, how we factor in communities' lived experiences into our permit decisions, it's going to be beneficial for all of our stakeholders. It's going to be beneficial for the regulated community, to the people who live near our permitted facilities, and to our own permit writers, because our goal here, our vision, is to have clear, transparent criteria on how community vulnerabilities are evaluated, when is enough for environmental justice communities, and why our permit decisions are what they are, which should be protective of health. And that is aligned with our mission. And that's always our goal at the end of the day when we make a permit decision. So I wanted to take that moment here just to recognize that importance of the community's lived experience, and that many of these communities are impacted by multiple pollution burdens. And that underscores the importance of these regulations. Our challenge, however, is that many regulatory agencies are involved in overseeing various aspects of our permitted facilities. And many agencies are involved in overseeing industrial facilities that are next door to our permitted facilities, and all together sharing fence lines with communities. So it will be important, and it is important to us that we work together with our agency partners in order to work towards a meaningful difference in reducing community exposures. So there's many opportunities that are ripe to do this outside of the regulations as well, such as working together with California Air Resources Board on its 617 communities, for example. And our DTSC team is involved actively now in a number of cross-agency collaborations with the Cali PA family, notably our work on metal shredders, and Cali PA has been leading a number of rapid response task force in this area. Next slide. Okay, so what have we been doing? What have we been up to since the last update I provided to the board was last year, where we formalized new goals to guide our work. We based the revised framework, the revised concept that I'm presenting today, on the public input that we received on the 2021 draft we released. And that public input was valuable to get to where we are now. The public input really focused on the regulations needing to be science-based. We need a more simple, straightforward system to follow. We presented a number of complex tier assignments that we did receive a lot of questions on, and that Cal EnviroScreen doesn't always capture what people are experiencing in their community. So we need a way to factor in those community concerns, the lived experience. And then I've learned in more recent conversations with stakeholders that there were a lot of good aspects to that draft that we presented. And so we've tried to take the good and simplify, make more clear our direction. And I'll go into now kind of what our vision is and what that looks like. Next slide. So board members, you've seen these goals before, and I'll just review them quickly and then we'll go into each one in a little bit more detail. So number one goal is to provide earlier opportunities for public input. 2, consider community vulnerability in the permit decisions. 3, and develop science-based setback distances for community protection. Next slide. So the first goal, augmented public involvement. We want to see earlier and more frequent public involvement opportunities. Right now in our permitting process, we have a public comment period at the end of the process when a draft permit decision is released. Now, that is after often 1 to 2 years of reviewing a permit application, thorough assessment of all the technical studies, CEQA, health risk assessments, other knowledge about the facility's operations. And so that comprehensive review happens, but it happens internally, and there's really no, public engagement steps along the way, unless, like we've been doing for some of our permit decisions more recently, like with EcoVat, engaging the community as we're reviewing the application. We don't have a formal process in our regulations to dictate that. And so this first goal, our vision is then at the beginning of the permit application process that a public meeting would be held, public engagement would happen before a permit application is even submitted to DTSC. So that way the permit application on the front end proactively has to review, provide information, and address community concerns that were raised at the beginning of the process. This ultimately could make the review process more efficient because we often learn about things from the community when we hold those public comment periods after a draft decision has been made, and then we have to go back and apply that really important feedback to our decision. And that could have been done on the front end. And I think it will result in a more efficient process. So the last thing I'll say is that, we can do this without regulations. DTSC could hold more public meetings earlier and more often, form working groups, take steps that Serlene will talk about in more detail later on how we can improve that engagement. But our focus for 673 regulation development will be to codify, formalize that in regulations on what those requirements are. Next goal, please. Great, so goal 2. Consideration of community vulnerability. So we are envisioning here that a community vulnerability assessment will be required. And that assessment will be used as a sort of screening tool. And so our team is developing qualitative and quantitative criteria that will be used to evaluate the data, the information in this community vulnerability assessment. This will determine whether additional health assessments or environmental assessments or more data collection is needed, or maybe additional outreach is needed. It might inform specific controls or impacts that need to be mitigated from the permitted facility. And then we can leverage our notice of deficiency process, which is in the middle of a permit review. If we need the facility to submit more information or propose something differently in their permit application, we issue a notice of deficiency. And that notice of deficiency can be used as a tool, and we are already using this as a tool to address community vulnerabilities. We're doing this now in how we're processing metal shredder permits, and we're using the notice of deficiencies to identify issues with the operations that have been lifted up by community voices and that have been noted by our own enforcement teams. So all of the evaluation from this step of the community vulnerability assessment, information from the permit application will then be used to develop permit conditions and inform the decisions. Like I said earlier, if those permit conditions are not possible to mitigate the impacts to the local community, then that would result in a permit denial. And the additional detail that I know folks are looking for is what are those qualitative or quantitative criteria? And that's going to be our next step, is to provide that information. And that's what our team is working on now. Goal 3, please. Next slide. Okay, setback distance. This has been a challenging directive to implement because as a state entity, we don't have primary land use authority. And at the same time, when we're looking at a permitted facility, we want to make sure that there is a sufficient distance between those operating units and people living, going to school, playing nearby. So we are coming up with specific science-based setback criteria that will be protective of those nearby receptacles. Again, this information will be provided in our next update as far as what that specific is, but our team has been hard at work developing it, and we look forward to sharing that additional detail with you soon. Next slide. Okay, so perfect segue, what's next? Today, I went over the revised framework, conceptually, our vision, where our team is headed. I'm really interested to hear the public comment today and the comments from all of you board members on this revised concept, because we're eager to move forward. We're eager to develop the regulations themselves. That process to go through the public regulation development process takes at least 2 years. So we're still a ways off from actually implementing these regs. But like I said, we're eager to move forward. We'll take the feedback that we received today and make sure it's reflected in the next step, which will be to provide more information on those details that I referenced earlier to achieve each of those focus areas.
Thank you, Katie. You're going to move right into Kettleman, and then we'll have board discussion and public comment for your whole package of presentations. But thank you for that.
Thank you.
Could we get the Kettleman presentation, please?
Just give us a minute. We're getting the second presentation up. What's the geography behind you, Katie?
That's a good question.
What?
I think it's Santa Clarita.
Santa Clarita.
Clarita.
Would you like us to queue up the slides that are received this morning?
It made me feel like I was one with our team in Chiquita right now.
Right. Yeah.
Hey, Katie, this is Sheena. Would you like us to queue up the slides from this morning?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for this opportunity to give an update on where we are at with the Kettleman Hills draft permit decision. We had anticipated making this decision at the end of last year. So it has been a top priority for us. Our team's been working really hard to do a thorough analysis of this permit application. So I thought it would be timely to provide an update today as we are preparing to announce the draft decision at the beginning of April. Next slide. So Kettleman Hills facility, it's one of two operating hazardous waste landfills in California. It's owned and operated by Chemical Waste Management. It's located in Kings County. The nearest town is 3.5 miles, located southwest. And Kettleman City is primarily a Latino community, primarily Spanish speaking. And the Kettleman City community has endured they've endured a long history of environmental injustices, and they continue to face multiple pollution burdens. This area is in non-attainment for national air quality standards. So we're sensitive to this and other, environmental factors. So in our permit review process, we have examined a broad range of potential public health environmental impacts from the facility, and through this crucial lens of environmental justice. Next slide. So it has been over a decade since the permit application was submitted to us. The facility is still operating under a permit issued back in 2003. So this is one of our older permits. And, the way our law works, which we've explained before, is that the facility can continue to operate on that permit and those permit requirements until a renewal decision is final. The continued permits, they do remain fully enforceable. We have the full extent of our hazardous waste laws that we hold these facilities accountable to. But that doesn't negate or excuse the fact that this permit decision is overdue. And we are eager to make this permit decision for that reason. Next slide. So I'd like to summarize a bit of how does our permit application review process work? And specifically for this permit, there's a couple unique aspects of this review process, really due to, and thank you to the advocacy of the local groups, Green Action and El Pueblo, that that made certain a couple of these steps would happen. So as part of the draft permit renewal decision and that process to review the application, first and foremost, we consider the enforcement history over the last 10 years. And, you know, since 2004, DTSC has conducted over 65 inspections at the facility. Most recently, you know, we inspected the facility last year. And some of the violations we have found are record keeping, labeling violations. We have not found violations related to environmental releases or contamination. And then, as many of you are aware, we grade our facilities based on their compliance history. And Kettleman Hills facility has a VSP score of 0.63, which is very close to 0. So they do rank in the top compliance tier of all of our permitted facilities. We do a careful review of all the technical studies, all the data, documents, to determine whether the operations at Kettleman are impacting air or water quality. Essentially asking that question, are the operations being done in a safe way that's managing hazardous waste appropriately? And then as part of the 2016 settlement agreement, DTSC committed to 2 things. 1, adhering to civil rights laws, and 2, evaluating community vulnerabilities using Callen-Biro-Screen. So I do appreciate the ongoing advocacy from the community organizations to highlight the need for these evaluations. Next slide. And I'll go into a little bit more detail on both of those. So the settlement agreement prescribed adherence to civil rights. DTSC decided to do an analysis. And this analysis was done by a third party, a law firm that has expertise in civil rights law called Altshuler-Burson. And Altshuler conducted this analysis and published it last fall. It's available on our website. Overall, the firm found that DTSC's process is compliant with civil rights law. And we did hear from the community organizations concern that they weren't consulted or contacted during this process that Altshuler did the review. And so it's an important concern, and it's something that we're factoring in now to the phase 2 of the civil rights analysis, because this first part really focused internally on DTSC process. And now we have an opportunity, as we continue this civil rights analysis through the release of the decision, public comment period, and the final decision, to get more input from the community on this evaluation. So DTSC adopted and implemented policies to further guide our compliance, especially when it comes to language access and civil rights requirements. In 2019, DTSC did adopt a language access policy, and you know, we have, and Serlene in the Office of Environmental Equity has a commitment to providing access to people who have limited English proficiency, and that is woven into our outreach efforts. Next slide, please. So the second commitment from that 2016 settlement agreement was evaluation and study of Kettleman City's community vulnerabilities. We use Callen-Biro-Screen as a tool, you know, recognizing that it does have limitations, and this is really a screening or mapping tool to help us identify the community vulnerabilities. the Callen-Biro screen score for Kettleman City is high. It's in the 92nd percentile for the whole state of California. And it ranks high for water, air quality, and pesticides, environmental indicators. So this slide is showing the range or the many Callen-Biro screen indicators. The ones in blue are the environmental factors, and the ones I highlighted here, water, air quality, and pesticides, are ones that we looked at closely. We looked at all the indicators, and in the report that we will release with the draft decision, the public and board members, you'll see an analysis of each of these indicators and an evaluation of whether the operations at the facility are significantly impacting any of these existing burdens. In red at the bottom of this graphic, you see high rankings for education, poverty, unemployment. There's a number of socioeconomic factors that are also assessed in our Callen-Biro screen report. And these are the outcome of that assessment is being used to inform our permit decision. Next slide. So to recap, a summary of the permit decision making process, the questions that our team carefully looked at in anticipation of the final decision or the draft decision. Number one, does the facility's compliance history show that the facility reliably abides by and follows hazardous waste laws? That enforcement history is important to our decision. Two, do the facility's operations have significant impacts on public health or the environment with consideration of existing pollution burdens? Can these be mitigated through permit conditions? If not, then a permit denial would be appropriate. And is DTSC's process and decision adhering to civil rights laws? Now, that can't be evaluated fully until a draft decision is released and even a final draft decision is released. So that process of evaluating civil rights compliance will be ongoing. And I really hope the organizations who are interested from the community on this decision stay engaged. Next slide. So what to look for next? We will be releasing a draft permit decision along with the Callen-Biro screen report by April 5th. The civil rights analysis is listed here. That's already been released last year. And like I mentioned, the part 2 of that analysis will be ongoing. We're committed to holding 2 public meetings in person in Kettleman City with live Spanish translation. And we're looking at, even one of those meetings being led in Spanish, and then at least a 90-day public comment period. And we'll be using the feedback that we received during this public comment period to inform the final decision. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Katie. What a body of work. 2 very deep and robust presentations. So we have an opportunity for any board comments or questions on either of Director Butler's presentations. Ingrid?
Going back to the 673 discussion, I think Angela from Earth Justice's comments were really well taken. And I just wanted to know that there seems to be a tension.
We're informed the direction especially on issues of concern.
There seems to be a tension, between the number of continued permits, particularly looking at, from 2018 when the 673 regs were due, and this kind of pressure to adopt permits to reduce the backlog. And at the same time, this important regulation that was meant to guide some of these decisions from facilities in vulnerable communities weren't adopted yet. And so I think it's a continuing tension to this day where, again, there's really important permit decisions that will be made that will not have the benefit of the 673 regs that are long overdue. And so, I think the point was, like, even if there's not formal regulations, the legislative intent is clear that DTSC ought to be considering cumulative impacts, community vulnerability. And so maybe this is outside the purview of this meeting today, but I'd be very curious in the absence, and that, the rulemaking activities will take a little bit longer, how is DTSC, assessing these important considerations if the rule is not yet final, and particularly for decisions this year. So that's something I'd be just particularly interested in.
Is there any response to that? I think that's a good question, Ingrid. And if anyone can help us, Katie or Dr. Williams.
Katie, do you want me to take that, or do you want to take it?
I defer to you, Dr. Williams.
I'll start and Katie can. We agree that there needs to be consideration of community vulnerability. The Kettleman Settlement Agreement essentially anticipated the fact that the regs wouldn't be in place. They, of course, didn't anticipate it would take this long, and that's one reason there was the CalEnviroScreen exercise embedded into the settlement agreement. And we've learned a tremendous amount through going through that exercise of being able to look at the indicators, assess, or the CalEnviroScreen indicators, assess what they mean in terms of the facility's operations, figure out where the nexus is, and develop permit conditions that take those things into account. So I think we've learned a lot, and it is our intention to continue to apply those learnings and continue to actually improve on those learnings as we move forward. And I think it's very important that we be very transparent and make sure that people understand, how we have met the intention of the statute. Katie, do you want to add anything?
Thank you. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I'll just add that, you're spot on, Board Member Brostrom, with that tension. We certainly feel the pressure to clear the backlog. And you heard me say earlier, we're eager to do that. But by no means are we going to rush these very important decisions. And we're going to make sure we have all the information, technically speaking, and from the community before we make these critical decisions.
Is there any follow-up?
No, I mean, just on a, I guess, as permit decisions are made, that transparency, I'd be really curious to see, how it's factored in and like what that evidence is. But that's, I think, more of an ongoing conversation.
Okay, great. Any other questions? Yes, Alexis.
Not a question, just a comment. I think it's going to be, it's a very difficult task at the permitting level when you are working with the community and working with the facility where the community may experience things like odors that may or may not come from that particular facility going through permit renewal, or the community may be living in a severe non-attainment area, but the facility may not have relevant emissions contributing to that condition, and yet DTSC is striving to do the right thing in permitting and be protective, acknowledge community burdens and concerns, and come out with a good permit renewal decision. I think there's always going to be that tension between what could be a facility that has a very strong compliance record and a community that feels burdened by that facility. So I think that the more that we can just approach this open-mindedly and acknowledge the difficulty of the task and help encourage DTSC to adopt the remaining package of 673 mandates is something we'll continue to keep our eye on. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other board questions, comments? No, by all means.
Sorry. Yeah, and thank you. It jogged my memory about the violation scoring procedure, because I think one of the criticisms, and maybe this is what will be addressed in the upcoming, is this idea that when you have a lot of inspections, you can dilute that value, and so it's hard to compare, apples that might only get one inspection a year versus those that are getting many, many inspections, and so that can make it difficult to understand the context of a compliance history. And so just wanted to note that I think you said there was something like 65 inspections at the Kettleman Hills facility. So, that number resonated with me in terms of is this one of the facilities where that may come into play, that just having the sheer number of inspections, kind of skews what the compliance history is.
Yeah, it's a really good point. And what ends up happening is the burden of that more detailed review of each and every inspection and the nature of violation, it then falls on our team to evaluate closely. Director Williams said earlier, in coming up with enforcement metrics, we are challenged by the range of violations, and so it's difficult for one score to reflect the entirety of a situation. And so violation scoring procedure is just one tool, and we also take a very detailed look at the nature of each and every violation and aspect of that compliance history.
Any other board questions or comments for Katie Butler's presentations on 673 and Kettleman? Should we move on to public comment? You may have something after that. Okay, Evelyn, do you want to bring up public comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have allotted 10 minutes for public comment on this section. I will now open the floor for public comment on SB 673 implementation and the Kettleman Hills update by Katie. I'll look in the room first if anyone has their hand raised for the section. I see three hands. I'm not sure who came first, so I'll go around this way. Starting with gentleman over here. You may make your way up to the podium for the other two hands raised, and then I'll go to Zoom participants. Please speak directly into the mic and give your name and affiliation, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Miguel Alatorre Jr. I'm with Green Action for Health and Environmental Justice as a community organizer and also a resident of Kettleman City. So today I've heard a lot of presentations, both from DTSC and BES, and I just wanted to remind you guys of some things that are happening in Kettleman still in regards to the DTSC permitting and these violations. So DTSC is still guilty of the continued significant violations of the 2016 Title VI Civil Rights Settlement from August 2016. So it's taken almost a decade, right? A decade has gone by and we're still dumping in my community. We're still dumping in Buttonwillow, right? And these are things that I feel as a resident, right? We're seeing the dumping and it happens. And more than 6 years later, DTSC has still failed to adopt the legally required cumulative impact criteria in clear violation of the state law and the Title VI Civil Rights Settlement with Green Action and El Pueblo. DTSC has hired a law firm that they had to conduct the supposedly independent civil rights analysis regarding DTSC's expected permit renewal for the Kettleman Hills facility, the biggest toxic dump in the Western United States. This analysis was one-sided, inaccurate, and biased as the law firm never bothered to contact neither El Pueblo, residents in Kettleman City, nor Green Action as the CBO in Kettleman City for our perspective on the civil rights compliance issues, including ongoing violations of the Title VI agreement. A Cali, PA whistleblower recently contacted Green Action to inform us that there was a serious conflict of interest and a scandal as Cali, PA's Deputy Secretary for Law Enforcement and General Counsel, Linda Lai, was a former partner in the law firm that did this study. This fact should have disqualified the law firm from the DTSC project. The relationship between Ms. Lai and the law firm should have been disclosed and not kept secret. And so I've definitely heard a lot about being more transparent, right? And I don't think that was transparent in that. It's time for the Board of Environmental Safety to live up to its name and to stop being complicit in DTSC's ongoing violations of environmental justice, civil rights, human rights, and state law. And so today I come with some things that I would like to see the BES do immediately, which is to rescind the flawed and inaccurate so-called civil rights analysis, which was biased and a clear conflict of interest. Call on DTSC to immediately close the 2 hazardous waste landfills that continue to be improperly permitted and were issued with illegal, racially discriminatory permit processes, including police harassment of residents, including my grandfather, who was dragged out of a hearing. Call on DTSC to immediately comply with Senate Bill 673 and the Kettleman City Title VI Civil Rights Settlement, both of which required the cumulative health impacts criteria to be adopted 6 years ago. Work with industry to reduce the amount of toxic waste generated at the source and support research and development of safe alternative treatment technologies instead of dumping and burning trash in out-of-state waste dumps like in Arizona and Utah. And I would also add on to my presentation the fact that as a resident, I'm really tired of hearing the transparency when we get back to this and we have to find out from whistleblowers that there is no transparency and that this law firm was not correct in its assessment of what's going on in the Kettleman Hills facility. I also think that it was a real big slap in the face that I was never contacted as a resident that these things were going on. And in terms of DTSC's ongoing community engagement, I think you guys need to really get on DTSC for that so-called engagement, because while I do appreciate that I saw some of the BES and Katie, I saw you in Buttonwillow, I think that that's not enough. We definitely need more than just a couple folks to show their face, because I think that my community members have some real concerns, right? I believe that their concern also stems from the economic viability of this project. Like, what has it done to our houses? Our houses have gone down in value, living next to a huge waste dump. And then on top of it all, that 673 criteria not being in place doesn't protect us, because I don't think that.
Oh, does anybody know? Are the mics?
I have the timer on, but I think
That's
the
fine.
microphone went out.
Thank you for that. There are authorities this board doesn't have, although I could tick them down and be happy to respond very specifically to that. And
I'll
are
go
you
through them at
prepared?
the end.
Yeah, and I think since we knew some of your call outs, we are prepared to respond to that. But let's hear from other people with their public comments.
Yes, thank you. We'll continue with folks in person. Thank you. You have 3 minutes. No.
We can't hear you.
Hello? Okay, that one works. Okay, thank you. Dawn Kepke again on behalf of SEEB, the California Council for Environmental and Economic Balance. Pleased to be here. With regard to the 673 Track 2 work, certainly, as I mentioned earlier, look forward to continuing to engage with the department and other stakeholders on the next phase of that process. You know, as part of kind of an overarching consideration when it comes to permitting under whether it's 673 elements or beyond, it's just really, I think, important just to note that California does stand apart in terms of its protective elements, requirements under such permits, and in many cases, based on the legal, regulatory, statutory provisions within our systems here, often considered the most comprehensive and protective requirements on these facilities. as compared to the rest of the world, the rest of the country. In terms of the department moving forward, certainly we are urging them to focus the rulemaking on adding any added permitting elements and mitigation that would be focused based on the impacts associated with that facility's activity. There needs to be a nexus. Additionally, we appreciated the comments from the Deputy Director about the fact that many other agencies also are engaged not only on looking at cumulative impacts, community vulnerability, but also have a number of regulatory, statutory authorities that kind of potentially could come to overlap, duplicate some of those responsibilities, and really want to ensure that that is not the case, that this is focused on each of those agencies coming together to collaborate versus adding additional layers. Overarching also, sound science and practical solutions are really important to remain as part of the discussion, as well as the decision-making regarding these permits. On the setback issue, also appreciated the comments by the Deputy Director around land use planning. The department does not have authority over that, and I think that's been certainly a point of frustration on the part of the regulated community, is that that's really not really kind of constrained in terms of looking at where housing sensitive receptors, sites, schools, what have you, are allowed to be built up against longstanding facilities, fence lines, what have you. And so we really just would urge greater, conversation with those local entities around that. In terms of the, kind of other issues on kind of some of the specific permits, I think SEEB and its members would agree with other stakeholders about the DTSC permitting process needing improvement. We too have concerns about the time it's taken to push some of these permits through with a meaningful process and to completion. That said, we recognize the department has come a long way in terms of their efforts to improve their permitting process.
That's time.
Thank you.
And again, you can also email us for your full comments. And the next person in-person comment.
Thank you, and we will pass on any additional comments to DTSC as well. Hello.
Good morning. I'm Angela Johnson-Mazzaros from Earth Justice. It's hard to fit it all in 3 minutes. I just want to make 2 quick points. First, I'm looking forward to seeing the rulemaking packet on the track 2 that Katie outlined, and I don't really have many comments to make based on what she presented today, except for to remind people that the very notion about cumulative impacts is it's cumulative. It's not about the individual facility. It's about everything that's happening around that facility, and I would hate for us to lose track of that. The second point that I want to make is that I came up here before to talk about VSP. VSP is so DTSC separated its 673 compliance into 2 tracks. What Katie just gave us a presentation about is their cumulative impacts track. VSP is a track 1, not track 2. They don't have track 2, the VSP listed as a priority in the director's priorities. They don't have, they didn't talk today about how they're going to move forward that rulemaking packet. And so I'm still calling for a timeline associated with addressing the VSP portion of 673 compliance. I also noted with interest that in the presentation that we received today, there was a timeline graphic, but no dates on the timeline graphic. And we can't really think coherently, I think, about accountability until we get dates, until we get packets, until we get the opportunity to engage on the issue. And then I'll just wrap by saying, as we move forward with these rulemakings that we have been waiting for a very long time, I would just like to remind everyone that the place to make up for the lost time based on decisions made at DTSC is not in the public's ability to comment on the rulemaking packet. So don't drop a rulemaking packet. Give us 30 days, 45 days to comment on it, because it's probably going to be more complex, which is why DTSC has waited for the past 2 years to get the rulemaking packet out. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would like a response from Dr. Williams on the one. part reference?
Yeah, I did want to speak to the question of VSP regulations because it was one of the metrics and deliverables that was called out for this year. We do plan to issue a rulemaking package for VSP in this calendar year.
Thank you. So yes.
Okay, we have one more person in person to make a comment. Please speak directly into the mic, state your name and your affiliation.
Hello, my name is Brian Cadena. I'm a community organizer for Green Action for Health and Environmental Justice, and I've lived in Kettleman City my whole life. Yesterday, there was talk about a new health assessment to help the board make a better permit decision. I believe you should adopt a new health assessment where you test community members' blood for what is polluting us, instead of relying on a flawed and racist process to keep polluting in my community. That's all I have to say.
Sure, I'm understanding you're recommending that biomonitoring be something considered in the assessment. Thank you. I think they heard that. Thank you. Any other public comments?
Yes, there is one hand raised on Zoom. I will send a request to unmute to Bradley Angel. Please state your name and your affiliation. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name's Bradley Angel, and I am the Director of Green Action for Health and Environmental Justice, and I've been working with the people of Kettleman City for about 36 years now, and I've dealt with DTSC and your never-ending lies and environmental racism since the first day your department was created. And I would ask for an extra minute or two, and really, it's outrageous you dare to cut off Miguel Alatorre when you let DTSC go on and on for unlimited amount of time. Okay, having said that, I've sat here watching on Zoom and listening to biased, rigged, and in some cases, straight out false statements from DTSC. Straight out false. Dr. Williams, you mentioned that during the civil rights settlement, 7 months of negotiation, which you were not at, we supposedly did a cow and virus screen exercise. No such thing ever happened, okay? It never happened. What did happen is DTSC's leadership, Cal EPA's leadership, Green Action and El Pueblo leadership came to agreement that this settlement would incorporate the state law requirement, not a policy, not a recommendation, not a request, the state law and the civil rights settlement all said that by January 1st, 2018, 6 1/3 years ago, you were required to have cumulative impact criteria adopted into regulation. That still isn't happening. DTSC is in complete violation of state law, blatant knowing. And now we hear, oh, maybe it'll be another 2 years. We will see about that. And you talked about notices of deficiency. We have already presented to the board in previous presentations that your claim that a permit could go on forever until a new decision made is straight up false. And we have presented the timeline of DTSC's incredible and ongoing failure to, with notices of deficiency in the Kettleman and Buttonwillow permit processes and renewal applications. And those, and I'll remind you, say that if there's 4 notices of deficiency, you were supposed to start a permit denial, and that never happened. Last but not least for now, about the civil rights analysis and your plan to issue a draft decision April 5th. And oh yeah, we'll get to a part 2 of the civil rights analysis at some point in somebody's life. You need to revoke and rescind that civil rights analysis. You need to be transparent. We are tired of hearing this nonsense about transparency. There is a clear, a top Cal EPA lawyer worked at that firm, was a key partner in that firm. We were never even consulted. This isn't, and their analysis wasn't just about internal DTSC compliance or non-compliance. And in fact, as you know, we have a lot to say about that from sitting at the table for 7 months with DTSC and Cal EPA and having worked on this issue with this community for 3 decades. Just
okay. We are wrapping up. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 more hands raised on Zoom. I'll go to the next hand from Ivana. Please accept my request to unmute.
Thank you. Hi again. This is Ivana Castellanos with Physicians for Social Responsibility Los Angeles and the Change Coalition. I wanted to comment on the SB 673 presentation. I don't have any specific comments to provide right now since it was very high level. I will take it back to some of the community organizations that we work with through Change and see if they have any additional comments, but we do look forward to more details and that rulemaking packet and engaging in that process in more depth. And I also want to uplift the comments by Miguel Latorre regarding Kettleman and some of the very disturbing things raised. And just urge DTSE and BES to engage with the community organizations there for any public meetings. I think the example with the meeting with Neighbors Against Protect really shows how much more useful those meetings are when we engage with the communities that are really, the community organizations that are engaged with folks on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Last person raised on Zoom with their hand raised on Zoom is Lendry Purcell. Please accept my request to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please state your name and your affiliation.
My name is Lendry Purcell. I'm with Families Advocating for Chemical and Toxic Safety and Jonas Philanthropies. I hope this isn't too off topic, but PFAS was mentioned, biomonitoring was mentioned. My concern is the proliferation of plastic grass playing fields all over the state under the guise of, concerns about drought, when we know that there is no safe PFAS-free plastic grass. And the PFAS, the concerns originally were about tire crumb, the tire crumb underneath, but now we're learning it's the actual blades of grass that have PFAS, that pollute water, that get into our children's systems. There's so much research on this. It's an environmental justice issue. Parks and Recs and local governments think that it's cheaper to just keep doing these plastic grass fields that you have to replace every 7 to 10 years, when in fact, if you put up the money up front, it's much more cost effective to have organic natural grass fields. And this is very possible. And there's grant money to do this all around the state through Beyond Pesticides. So I hope that your group will really look at this proliferation of plastic grass fields that are impossible to properly recycle. Less than 8% are recycled, and that just means incinerating them in poor communities. We must fight this plastic grass proliferation. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. I will note that the public comment period that we're in now is for the presentations on 673 and Kettleman. We have public comment for items not on the agenda later in the agenda. So if we could ask people to hold for that segment so that we could wrap this one up. We're exactly an hour behind today, but we're going to plug on. Are there any other comments on this item, Evelyn?
Thank you. I don't see any in person. That was the last person on Zoom with their hand raised. I'll ask Spanish interpreters if there are any Spanish comments, and I'll hold for that confirmation. Okay, no Spanish comments at this time, so that closes our public comment for this section.
Thank you. In particular, we will be responding to some of the questions that came up during the public comment in terms of the board's authority. And we will, I don't know if you want to comment on that now, just for clarity for everyone listening in terms of what the board can do and what is not within our purview to do.
Sure, I'll be brief since I know we're well over our time limit, and we have a few more presentations before lunch. So I just wanted to clarify the role of the board. The DTSE reform process and ultimate legislation for SB 158 created this board with significant amount of authority, but it is also limited. It's unlike a full-on governing board like CARB or Water Board. We have very specific authorities, and primarily it's to set fees annually, approve the director's annual priorities for the department, hear permit appeals, approve the hazardous waste management plan. And if you want to hear the full list, you can hear my presentation from yesterday where I go through what all the BES priorities are. So in respect to our role or the board's role related to permitted facilities and remediation sites, the board's role is to provide opportunity for community engagement, which has been the priority for this board since the inception. We have actively toured facilities and sites, engaged with community members, the regulated community, and advocacy groups to hear all sides and provide a platform for the public to hear at our hybrid meetings. We make it a point that these meetings are in community, close to the facilities, and are hybrid because we want to hear from all parties. The purpose of public engagement is to daylight all concerns so that those are considered in the decision-making process. As it relates to permitted facilities, SB 158 delegated the board the authority to hear and decide appeals of permit decisions exclusively once an appeal comes in front of the board. Before that, the board really does not have an authority when it comes to permitted facilities. But once an appeal comes, that's when the authority starts. So I just wanted to clarify that because I know SB 158 is lengthy and there might be some misunderstandings on what the board's authorities are. The board also has the authority when it comes to permitted facilities to approve DTSC's annual priorities and evaluate the department and help shape metrics, as we had a lengthy discussion earlier today. So the board acknowledges the importance of these issues, and it will continue to pave opportunities for meaningful and constructive dialogue between the public and DTSC leadership, and it'll continue to leverage our public meeting platform to amplify public concerns. Also the one-on-one meetings that we have, the community meetings, the community tours that we have, and we welcome those conversations. And again, we provide this platform to provide and amplify public concerns for the community members, advocacy groups, and the regulated community.
Thank you for that. I think on that note, a 5-minute bio break, and then we're very eager to hear from Serlene. It'll give us all a chance to just take 5 minutes, come back and have a last presentation before lunch. So literally quick.
We are back with our board meeting, back from break. I will now call for reestablishment of quorum, and it looks like all 5 members are present, so quorum is reestablished.
Thank you all for indulging our robust engagement this morning. I think we all learned a lot and resolved a lot, so thank you. We now have the privilege of hearing from Serlene Grant, who is from the Office of Environmental Equity, and she's Deputy Director of OEE, and we welcome you. We've been so eager to have you join us and tell us all about what's going on at OEE under your leadership, and we have a sense of it from everything we're hearing and seeing, so it's a delight to have you here, Serlene.
Recording in progress.
Good.
The microphone.
Oh, there it is. Wrong color light. Okay. Wow. I can hear the difference myself. I don't even have to use my outside voice. This is amazing. Amazing microphone. So I appreciate the opportunity. I understand I'm here between you all and lunch. So Dr. Williams took some of my points and Katie took some of my points. So I can't say I'll be brief, but I'll keep it moving. As you know, I'm here this afternoon to present my vision for the Office of Environmental Equity and an update on our overall work in the unit. When I first started this position in June 2023, the major questions, oh, I'm sorry, I need to tell you to advance the slides, I guess, right? I'm sorry. Can we go to the next slide? Thank you. When I first started in June 2023, 9 months ago, the major questions that were asked most frequently of me by my colleagues, including some of my leadership colleagues, the public, and even some of my friends who said, oh, you're going to work in Sacramento. well, what does OEE do? What's that? And then followed by, what is your vision? What do you want to see happen? Then that was later followed by not so much, what do I do, but how do you do equity? What are your accomplishments? And how do you know it's working? And how do you know it's going to last? So this morning, moving into the afternoon, I'm going to attempt to address those questions. Next slide, please. And those three questions, what do we do, our vision, and how do we know we're success, will be framed in three key points: our vision and our progress. Our work and our purpose, which answers the question, what do we do? Our vision and our progress, which answers the question, what is our vision? And our success and promise, which will let you know how we know we're doing it, doing equity, and our commitment to doing so through our work and what success looks like. All right. So those questions are the gist of my presentation. And so what do we do? This is from a section of our website that defined the Office of Environmental Equity. And I've highlighted some of the key points. I won't read every word, but the Office of Environmental Equity includes public participation, environmental justice, and tribal affairs. And it was pulled together from different components that were at one point separate departments or units. And we're governed by multiple federal and state environmental mandates. And our charge is to build trust and trusted partnerships within the EJ communities, the tribal governments, and to make sure that we can respond to the DTSC's core programs and meet our statutory and regulatory obligations, and to work collaboratively with communities by conducting tribal consultations and promoting environmental justice and equity. We coordinate and implement many public engagement activities across all the units and the locations, and we'll talk in detail because I've heard that come up a couple of times this morning. And the office provides consulting services to DTSC programs and incorporates public engagement activities into project and policy-specific work. And I underscored the consulting services. I come out of the consulting world, and I'm really excited about bringing that type of approach to the work that we do with the unit. And so that's why that's underscored. Our work is mission-driven, as is all the work of DTSC. We're mission-driven to protect California's peoples, communities, and environment from toxic substances, to enhance economic vitality by restoring contaminated land, and to compel manufacturers to make safer consumer products. So our work is mission-driven. We hang our hat on equity, environmental justice, and engagement. And OEE's work speaks to the heart of many of my team members. It's the core of our being. We are working in communities that we live in, our family members live in, that we have, many of us have associations with the communities that we're working in throughout the state. And so it's very special to us to do this kind of work. One of my colleagues, often, who you all know, often explains our work as hard work, but heart work. And that's what it is for us. So to know where we want to go in the future, if I'm talking about my vision, I have to know where we've been, as the saying goes. And we were an organization that went through lots of changes in a short period of time. They had a number of directors, they had a number of different, my team had a number of different directions given to them. So there were lots of changes, but no real transition. And so I recognized that when I got here. And so not only that,
but then we're changing or building a culture of equity within the organization. We really wanted people, not just the Office of Equity to get equity, how do you do equity, but we wanted everyone, the 1,100 members of DTSC to understand equity, and we wanted to have the tools for building and ensuring that we had a culture of equity. So we're working on that. That's part of the transition. And so I see ourselves now in a season of transition and implementation. As I said, we're working on things, so that's the implementation. So how we do our work, this is what our work looks like. And this speaks somewhat, Board Member Bhatia, to your question about engagement and outreach. This is some of our work. Our work is strategic advice. When I talked about consulting, there are many, many different skills and talents within the OEE. Some of us are very good project managers and strategic thinkers and thought partners. Some of us are good on the ground logistics people. And some of us are good writers, and some of us have a combination of all of those skills and many more. So we do our work by giving strategic advice, project coordination and management, meeting facilitation and public meeting coordination, outreach materials, fact sheets, notices, surveys, that's our bread and butter. Everybody knows we do those things. Educate and inform. Shuttle diplomacy. We work with communities, we get this idea, oh, we gotta sell this idea to the next group, or maybe to our own staff. So we work out these relationships. We have community knowledge, which I've already spoken to. We build partnerships. We do the translation and interpretation in many different languages. And hopefully, through doing all of this and being present, we build credibility and build on credibility and reassurance and many, many more. And this list came, I should have said this in the beginning, this list came because I polled my staff and I said, what do you tell your families that you do? What do you tell everyone that you do every day when you come here? So when we do all of those things, what happens, this is what our work looks like. Our work looks like not just a piece of paper or an electronic update or even a meeting. Our work looks like building community, bringing people in and bringing them to the proverbial table, establishing relationships and creating a safe space, both physical safe spaces and metaphorically safe spaces where people feel that our work is true and authentic, where they can participate in the process, trust the process, and hopefully trust us. So our work is about community, inclusion, relationships, and safe space. So this brings to the vision question. What is my vision? What is my vision for the organization? So after I did an assessment of our work, and I was here a couple of months and spoke to many people, and looked at the resources and our overall charge, which I read highlights of a moment ago, I wanted that our vision would be something that was sustainable, meaningful, and transformational, not just for OEE, but for the communities we serve in this organization. So our vision is a systemic change for DTSC and OEE based on environmental justice principles, where we work proactively with stakeholders and respond to all stakeholders and community members, including tribal nations. That we provide fair and just opportunities of inclusion and empowerment, and that we use an equity lens at all the time, across all the units, across all the programs as a framework to guide us. I wanted, and we need systemic change. I wanted equity first, and I wanted our communities to be, that our work with communities would be open and inclusive. Because we're building community, and in some cases, we're rebuilding community, and we're addressing historical wrongs. So taking all of that into consideration, the changes and activities that I hope that OEE will implement by following these 3 points or so that I outlined will be long-standing and sustainable, making a difference in how OEE and DTSC are perceived and function, making a difference in the environmental justice communities and with tribal governments. And because history has shown that this unit sometimes goes through changes, I'm planning to be here for a while, but I'm just saying, history has shown. So regardless of the leadership presence, that this system change will be ingrained in this organization, demonstrating the program value and highlighting the staff expertise, the staff being the team, expertise, excellence, and presence. With it, it's here. It'll be ingrained in the organization. So we won't have to say, oh, remember back in 2024 when we were doing that big push on equity? We did the big push, but it's still here. So what does this vision look like? Well, our roles are equity becomes our moral compass. As I said, it is the way of doing business that we will instill in others. That OEE is the face of our projects and our programs, the most public facing. Our work is customer service oriented. Who are we doing this for? Why are we doing this? Who should be at the table? Even more importantly, who's missing from the table? That becomes my people. You know, as I'm saying, oh, those are my people. People who aren't at the table, we have to bring them in. And that we are professional service. We're not support staff. It's changing. Katie did a great job of showing how we're being considered first now and not later. There's not a phone call, oh, we need OEE to come and help us. We're being brought in to consult and advise our colleagues proactively, and that is just very important to me and to all of us, to our team. So how will we get there? We will get there through, as I said, practicing what we preach by being collaborative and proactive, that public participation, environmental justice, CVIC project, a program, tribal affairs, will cross-talk and share and not be in silos. And we're doing that. Dr. Williams talked about earlier how at the executive team level with the deputies, we're talking more, and we're bringing our teams in together more to talk, and we're collaborating. Wonderful thing. And that equity and EJ and tribal affairs, again, will be thought of not as an afterthought. We're implementing best practices. We're recording best practices. We're looking at education and training. I'll talk more about the best practices and some of our training, how we're doing it now in-house. We're creating frameworks to memorialize and save the concepts that we come up with and the policies that or the procedures that we come up with. And we're advocating for policy recommendations. We'll probably work through the channels to bring something back to you because we're on the ground, so to speak, with our communities. And we see things happening that are sometimes what we want to do and what local government allows to happen are in contradiction. So how do we get everybody on the same page so we can build a healthier community? But we're going to start, and we have started with the easy fruit, the easy low-hanging fruit. Notices, invites, those kinds of things we're doing them better. When I first kind of got some of my first notices that staff would send me, the notice of the meeting, it would be some long first page. Page one would be some long explanation about what's being cleaned up and some chemical name that none of us could pronounce and all of that. And on the second page, in a 10-point type would be, come to the meeting. And I would sit in the chair and I'm like, what just happened? And I'd breathe and I said, okay, we're gonna all talk about this. So we started having workshops on looking at how we can do this work. So you will see, like I said, initially the low-hanging fruit. Director Williams talked about we've implemented communities of practice. And community practice is once a month, my team, all levels, are asked in a very strong way, mandatory meeting, unless something else comes up, to attend so that we can have a group learning opportunity around, might be skill building, facilitation, writing, designing notices. It might be program related, CVCI, site MIT, permitting 101, We look at CEQA. We have something scheduled to look at how CEQA comes in to play with our projects. So we're doing that kind of work once a month. And then when we have something come up that needs immediate attention, we pull people together. We're implementing policies. I mean, we always have plain language. And one of the major things I found, like I said, this is the low-hanging fruit. People write sentence structures well. Nothing wrong with the sentence. It just, if you are out in the community, you're sitting there trying to figure it all out. Like, what does this mean? Why do I need to be here? Why is that important to me? So we're really trying to use more plain language. And this is a push and pull sometimes with our more technical folks, but we're trying to find common ground here. So I've covered these initial questions about what OEE does, what our vision is. So let me share a little bit about our success and promise. Our work is statewide, as you know. For the most part, wherever DTSC has a project, we are working in these communities. Of the 58 counties, we'll probably have projects in about 45 of those counties. We work out of regional offices in Sacramento, the Bay Area, and Southern California. We also work with intergovernmental relationships, if you will, collaborations with cities, with counties. We've had some wonderful relationship building moments with Contra Costa County since I've been in this short few months I've been on board. We're enhancing our work with tribal affairs, and we're working with those tribal governments. And we're doing more with US EPA Region 9. Katie alluded to some of that. There are a lot of task force teams being created around some of our more, our larger projects. And this is who we are. We have divided, this is where we're going. This is not quite where we are, but this is the organizational structure, high level. So we've divided our work where we have a section that is really working on these big visible lead mitigation projects, Exide, EcoBat, and so that group of people, they're together. Then we have the public participation units, and again, we're all still talking to each other. We're not trying to be siloed. Just because I'm in Berkeley, I can't talk to somebody who's in LA, or just because I'm in LA, I can't give an example of how to do something better in Cyprus or what have you. The EJAC, which I'll talk about later, is housed in our business operations unit, and our tribal affairs unit and I work closely, and Dr. Williams, we all work closely together. So this is how, as I said earlier, we're in a stage of implementation, and this is how we have we're attempting to reorganize ourselves so that we can implement these programs and services a bit better. We are being more diligent about identifying our environmental justice stakeholders and advocating for their presence in our conversations and in our planning. We are bolstering our EJ and Tribal Affairs unit, as I said. And I have empowered staff to implement proven ideas or those that have been tested elsewhere from their own efforts or from other efforts that they've heard about. Initially, some of my staff, as I got to know them, they had really good ideas, but they were a little hesitant. So more and more people are feeling a little bit more empowered to implement these strategies and ideas and share them and say, Serlene, shouldn't we do such and such? And yes, we should. Let's do that. And we are being more diligent about working across channels with each other and the other programs. Our plates are full. We have hundreds of, as you know, there are hundreds of projects, and we're only a core group of about 40 people. So our plates are full. And best way we can manage this is to talk across channels and across programs. We are good about budgeting our time, our materials, and our human resources. So I'm saying all these things we're doing, and I know you all know, but maybe some of the public doesn't, that we don't just make this up. We don't just say, oh, it'd be good to have a community meeting about this thing, and we should make sure we do it 60 days ahead or 6 months ahead or whatever. We have many, many guiding statutes and policies. These are just some of them. The Public Participation Manual outlines policies and procedures. I will say that it's old. It's about 20 years old. We want to update it. So we've kind of informally done our own update. And part of that is by necessity because we now communicate so differently. We now have public meetings so differently. We have with Cal EPA, tribal consultation protocols that we follow as well as our own guidance memo. EJ principles and codified requirements for public engagement are in several different kinds of government codes. And earlier we heard about Title VI. Title VI is very specific about how we engage with community. Copious health and safety codes, hazardous waste laws, and again, CEQA and NEPA all come to play in how we design our programs. Some of our recent accomplishments, again, community meetings, public comment periods, translating documents into many different languages. We've done more with community exhibitions and, well, to my knowledge, and outreach events. We've shown up and we've also kind of carried this model. Dr. Williams talked about the office hours we're going to hold with the Exide project. We're looking at being places more. We had a vision for our workforce development program, and the staff was creative. This is one of those opportunities where they came up with some good ideas. The staff was creative and pivoted it into a student internship program. We're doing more with bringing people in for the Santa Susana project with these listening sessions. Again, I talked about we were bolstering our staff and we're doing consultations. We're available for consultations and government consultations with the tribal. And then we're doing special sessions on some of these more broad topics, statewide topics, sea level rise, vapor intrusion, cumulative impacts. Our bread and butter, of course, is the community meetings, but we do so much more than that, and I just wanted to call that out. And in doing this, what we've learned, again, that we can offer consultant expertise to our colleagues. It says redundancy with the team, but that really is not, it's cross-training. That's, if I'm not here, someone else can do what I do. And so we're making sure that there's more than one person who knows how to do whatever it is we're trying to do. We've expanded our involvement in community through CEQA. Prop 665 is very major with the CVCI projects. We have been collaborating with our counties and Regional 9, Cal EPA Region 9. Again, we learned to start early, plan, be proactive, line up what we can early, have it ready to go, identify opportunities to share and dialogue with community, and establish a process of working with EJ community connectors, people who are out there, the Miguel Alatoris of the organizations and others that we know have a passion and want to be involved, and they need to be involved. Okay. So our priorities and strategic goals as we move forward is to continue the implementation of the best practices, continue working with, establish working groups. We're doing working groups for our more complicated projects, Exide and EchoBat. We're forming for EchoBat. We are launching the EJAC, and we are bolstering tribal affairs. We are looking at improved tracking and metrics. We've already had that conversation, and we're partnering and collaborating with our larger programs and our larger program staff. And so how will we know that we've been successful? Well, because we will have early involvement and consultation with our colleagues. Because the deputies and the managers will all be in alignment, and they won't be thinking about us at the end of the project, they'll be thinking about us at the beginning of the project. That we have used appropriate communications and strategies for the communities that we're working in, and as a result, we have timely, equitable, and just service delivery. And when we have done all of that, that will be our measure of success. And in closing, I'll use these quotes. True community engagement requires a fundamental shift that creates new ways of working together. And one that I just personally love. To be a person of integrity, you fight for the people when they're not in the room. And you do what you say you have got to do. As I said, we're looking for those people who aren't in the room. Those are the voices we want to bring to the table. So many of you know that this work is my passion. And as I have shared with the OEE team, I have been doing EJ work since EJ was a movement. And now people can go get doctorates in the subject. And I am honored to have this opportunity today to share that even though I haven't been here a full year, only 9 months, I feel like we're creating something that 9 months from now, in a year and a half, will show a difference. Will show a difference, a sustainable difference, as I said in the beginning. We are implementing change, not necessarily fast, but thoughtfully and at a sustainable pace so that it will stay. I appreciate the OEE team for their contributions to this effort. And board members, I thank you for this moment to share what we've been doing. And I know I'm doing the next segment as well, but I don't know if you have questions for right now.
Yes, I think so.
Thank you so much, Serlene. I appreciated looking at the list of things that your team thinks they do, like the fact sheets and workshops and so on. I appreciate that all of those are a means to the end being building public and community trust. And I also understand from the gist of your presentation that you're doing a cultural transformation, essentially, to get people to be creative in the ways they build trust and have more empowerment and agency as they do it. So my question, actually, one is an invitation, one is a question. My first invitation to you is when you started talking about how will you know you've met your vision, I would argue that you will know how you've met your vision. You will know that you've met your vision if there's less public comments coming in through other forums. Like every community stakeholder / permit holder will have venues to provide and shape a decision and have their input be heard. So that's my invitation. My question is, maybe at a future presentation, it would be great to have this concept be more actionable for us. So what kinds of things should we start looking for? For example, if there's a playbook or some best practices you're implementing across all of your engagement touch points, we can start to look for those things and start to see the impact of your work. So that's my question. Can you share those actionable things that you're already doing that we can look for?
As I said, well, some of the low-hanging fruit, that you will see better presentations, better presentation materials, that you will see more early involvement across programs. I'm really excited. Katie's unit has it. They are working on it. They've brought us in early. They are using equity to look at some of their decision making. I don't want to take her thunder, but she's shared some examples with me. And if we can get that with everyone, that would be great. I would say, you said, well, like you might not have as many people coming. That would be an indication, perhaps. We're doing some work in Contra Costa County that could have been really horrible, but maybe you all haven't heard about it, right? So, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this, and I really appreciate the vision and in terms of how you're approaching the work. I know you came in not that long ago, and there's been a lot going on already.
It's been a lot.
So, yes. So one question that I have that I'm curious, and perhaps there's not enough time to like get a better sense of what it is right now, so maybe there's a follow-up, but you started with making reference to equity and making sure that DTSC as a whole understands what that is. What is that? What does that look like? Because we can ask every single person in this room, and there probably is going to be a multiple understanding of what that looks like. So I'm wondering, is that written? Is there a program, training program that is being defined to share with every single staff person? Because the intention is a great intention. And I think we're in the era that environmental justice is being thrown out there, equity is being thrown out there. There's like all these buzzwords, right? But what it looks like and how it gets talked about and how it gets implemented is key. So I'm all about that. So I'm just curious. And like I said, there might not be enough time right here, but maybe there's a follow-up.
I'll give you the Reader's Digest version for those of us who remember Reader's Digest. The short answer is, you asked several questions, but I'll just say yes, yes, and yes. So equity, people would have lots of different definitions. And one of the ones that I found in talking to managers even was that people in DTSC were struggling with the difference between equity and equality, right? I also have, not only am I privileged to be the deputy director of OEE, I also have the privilege of serving on DTSC's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion organization, executive sponsor team. When I recognized that, I brought that to the team, and we recently had a workshop for the whole organization, a presentation on just the difference of equity and equality. So let's start talking at the same language, which is actually the same thing we apply when we do community meetings. Let's bring everybody up to the same level with vocabulary and terms. But anyway, so we got people to at least get that understanding, we hope, at least an awareness. And then within our organization, what does that look like? We all have, we said that, like, is there a checklist? You said a lot. I'm trying to remember everything. But is there a checklist? We have lenses that we apply for OEE to make sure that we're not leaving people out or looking at different groups. And it starts with data, like who are the people, census data, census tract data, Cal Enviro screen. What does the community look like? Let's go talk to some people, get that information. So we're doing that, and we're sharing that information with our project teams. So no, it's to the project team, we're saying, no, it's greater than just your technical report on this soil sample. What else is being considered? We talked about cumulative impacts. What else is going on around there? How is that site being used, and what is that site next to? Is that site next to a food supply or a kitchen, or is somebody else doing something else there? And we're having those conversations, and that's what my group is doing to broaden people's consciousness, if you will, of the services that we're providing. That's a short answer. Sure.
One last one, and I do want to have a follow-up, maybe offline, to have this discussion a little bit more, just because I want to understand it. I want to unpack it.
I know you understand it.
I understand it, but I want to unpack it, and I want to see how it's being influenced, oh my gosh, I'm like, my brain's not working, how it's influencing the whole department, right? not just your department, but how it's how is it weaved into everything, which I think that's the ultimate goal, right? What does that look like? So to be continued this conversation.
Okay.
I'm just curious, you mentioned that EJAC will be housed under the Business Operations Unit. What is that unit? And can you?
We're going to have the EJAC presentation next.
Okay.
If you
There
don't
you go.
mind holding it, and we'll see if we get
Yes,
the answer.
holding.
This actually
Is that
might be a
fair
good
enough?
segue to start that, because
Oh.
I know there's 4 more. There's going to be public discussion after, or board discussion after too.
Thank you. I just wanted to note and appreciate how much this department has grown, because when I started, it was, well, nobody, but then one person. And it was, it wasn't its own thing. It was one person. And it seems to have just grown, pretty systematically over the years. So I know you said you had a small department. When you said you had 40 people, I was quite heartened to hear that you have a staff of 40. So I wanted to start with that. But then my question is, I agree that one of maybe the big kind of nebulous goals is trust, and it's such an important part of, kind of our path with the reform, with the board is, what DTSC's, history is wanting to see trust grow over time, particularly from community and frontline stakeholders. How do you measure that? How do you track that? And I ask, if you have any reflections, again, this could be a long conversation offline, but also because we need to figure that out for ourselves, because it's also one of our big mandates, I believe, is, we will be successful if we're able to build trust, in the board and in DTSC. So just wondering if you have any measurements or things that you're thinking about that we can show that there's been movement over time in building trust.
I would dare say that I guess you would measure if there's been movement over time by the kinds of comments you get and what's being said. I once worked on a planning project in a municipal city, and people were angry about the decision being made, right? They were angry about the decision being made. But when the chair of the planning commission said, but what about because I was responsible for the public involvement process, what about the public involvement process, And they said, oh, that was fine. We were there. We're just angry about the decision being made, right? And so I think that when we look at the content of the comments being made and the criticism, are they attacking us because we did not hear their voices, that we did not invite them to the room? Or are they attacking us because, well, they didn't like the decision being made? It's not, I'm simplifying it. I don't want to belittle the process, but I think that I can't tell people to trust me, right? That's just like, oh, come little girl, I have some candy for you. That's not going to work. But I can demonstrate that I am trustworthy by what I say, that I show up, that I write a newsletter that you can understand, and that we can have a dialogue. And so I know you're asking for how does it show up on the end process, and I don't have a measurement tool for that, which is why we're struggling with the question.
I think that's a perfect segue into, we'll go into the EJAC and continue these conversations, but I think the board, my overarching question was, how are OEE and the board going to connect? This is our first big connection with you as a whole team, and I think that briefings with the different subcommittees that are, whether it's metrics or EJ, you've already been working on the EJAC with board members, I think will be really useful as we're developing the metrics going forward to have more time with you. So you're going to be coming back a lot, I have a feeling about that. But thank you for that part. Can you move into EJAC now so that we can even though we'd love to spend another hour just asking.
I'm
you
between you and lunch. I'll be quick.
questions. Okay.
Okay. So we're going to review the EJAC and the timeline and next steps. Again, I know you know better than anyone, even better than I, how we came to have EJAC. This is here for the public who may not know that we came about out of the reform bill that we hear about so much, and that the council will represent a spectrum of California's communities and diverse communities from environmentally burdened areas, youth activists, and that EJAC members will be chosen for their expertise, regional knowledge, and they will advise and make recommendations to DTSC on matters that are related to environmental justice, equity, and health disparities, and so forth. So when I started in June, the initial outreach meetings had already kind of been lined up and ready to go. I participated in a few, but some were already out there. And so we did the initial outreach. Public meetings and public comments were taken from throughout the state. Many of you were involved in that process. And we took that and we used those comments to establish our framework. And we took into consideration staffing, function, outreach, schedule, all kinds of comments that were offered and sent in, process and timing, and governance and function. So that was giving us the basic concepts of how the EJAC might work and the framework. And we are continuing to take that information now and work on the framework as our key foundational document. And from that will be the scope of work, the application process, selecting a selection committee who will select members of the EJAC, and promotion and publicity and schedule. The question was asked, well, why is the EJAC in the business unit? So because this work that we're looking at right here on the screen has to be done, and the business unit has contracting, the business unit has some staff that was available to help. And so this was the best place to house these functions for this time. We are all connected. Again, it's not like they're not like a secretarial pool in the back office somewhere. They are community involved members as well. So we're currently taking input and reviewing the comparisons of the different policies that other EJACs have had, Cal EPA, CARB, so forth. And we're also creating the companion documents that are listed here. And I want to thank Board Member Gomez. She's been with us from the beginning and reviewing and talking about some of the feedback and some of the comments, as was former member Ruiz for their involvement and being a thought partner in this. And then Board Member Brostrom has lost no time. She's been right there with us, getting involved and sharing concepts and recommendations. And we're right now incorporating all those comments into these documents. So soon you'll see a published framework in the coming months, and this will then be the trigger for us to announce the availability of the EJAC and start recruiting members and doing the vetting, et cetera. We hope to have this done by the end of the summer, and we hope to have the members identified, and then depending on what happens in August, because most government organizations kind of go dark, take a recess, have them ready to go in September. And I know that, and here's our schedule. And this schedule was submitted to your organization 2 weeks ago. And in that 2 weeks, some things have changed. And I know at the last BES meeting, Board Member Gomez asked, well, why is it taking so long? And I just have to say, when I came on board and they said, this is one of your charges, I said, oh, we'll have this done by December. And then I saw what it took to have something done, and we can't do that in 6 months. And it's from reviewing just the legalities of the document and having them go through the review to the structure, because participants will be compensated. So it's not like your neighborhood or other organizational board that you might volunteer for. This brings up a whole, it's a state agency. We have to look at conflict of interest. And we have to have time to recruit. So there's a lot of things that have to come into play. And one thing can trigger, one fault in one thing could trigger a whole new look at everything. So we are working through this process. This is our schedule. We're trying to really meet it, like I said, by the end of this fiscal year, the first part of next fiscal year, end of the summer. And that's where we are. And that's my update. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. Well, hang there because there may be more, if there are board questions or public comments on both of your presentations. Does anybody have any pressing? Please, Alexis. Yeah, well, no, go.
As you host more public meetings and we host our hybrid BES public meetings and sometimes permit appeal hearings, it feels to me that we have a common interest in expanding our shared capacity to hold hybrid meetings. And I'm thinking of not anything lofty, but just the basics of equipment staged in Northern, Central, and Southern California so that we can make it easier. We have spent an extraordinary amount of time finding venues other than when we're hosted here to make these hybrid meetings work. And as you can see, we typically get 80 to 100 people. I know you have great turnout as well. And so just a placeholder for all of us that I think that we could effectively work together on how we deal with our shared capacity to hold hybrid meetings in different parts of the state.
All right, and we've done some research into holding hybrid meetings ourselves, and we can have a whole offline conversation of when it's doable and when it's not. Yeah, we can do that.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, public comment, Evelyn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will now open the floor for public comment on this item for the Office of Environmental Equity Program. Please raise your hand in person if you'd like to make a public comment. Seeing none in person, I will go to Zoom. I see one participant with their hand raised. I will now send a request to unmute for Parents Against SSFL. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and your affiliation.
Hi, my name is Jenny Knack. I'm with Parents Against SSFL. I was happy to hear that presentation. And it's a subject I'm extremely passionate about, which makes me do this work as a community member. And the only thing I want to say in response to the question of how do you build trust with the community, as a community member, I'd like to respond. You build trust by showing that you're trustworthy. I'm in agreement with that statement, but you show that you're trustworthy by the decisions made in the agency, not only by rolling out the welcome mat, inviting us to the table. Because if our voices aren't really respected and held in, and they are instead prioritized, the influence of the permittees and polluters are still prioritized in the decision-making process, then there'll never be trust built within the community member, and then there will never be true reform of DTSC. We need, from the community standpoint, DTSC to reform at the soul of the agency, not just in how you interact with us, but in how you make decisions, what your decisions are based on. And if they're not based on prioritizing, protecting the community, but yet still, what they're pressured to do by industry or through negotiations on saving money from a permittee, then there never will be ultimately trust. So we can hire as many people as we want to hire and build as many departments as we want to build through taxpayer dollars. But until the change from the inside of whose voices you actually value and listen to, until our voices have an impact in the decisions that are made, we won't have real reform. And until there's real reform in that area, there won't be trust. Thanks.
Thank you, Jenny. Any?
There's one more hand raised on Zoom. I will send you a request to unmute for Ivana. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks. Hi again, Ivana Castellanos with Physicians for Social Responsibility Los Angeles and the Change Coalition. I wanted to raise one question around the Office of OEE. I already forgot exactly what it stands for, but in the midst of this culture shift, you mentioned some specific departments and teams that have been more proactive in reaching out to your team and engaging with you all to do community engagement earlier in these processes. And I just wanted to ask what the approach is for those units or teams that are resistant or less interested and operationalize these principles and vision across the whole agency. That was question one. And then related to the EJAC, I just wanted to say that we do look forward to more information about the updated EJAC framework and hope that the updated framework includes more information about DTSC's commitments to this EJAC, how it plans to address and meaningfully consider the EJAC's advice and recommendations. And we also hope that DTSC will work to ensure long-term funding to make the EJAC a permanent body. And also agree with Jenny's comments around trust. Thank you.
So our approach, I didn't really mean to favor one of my colleagues over another. I mean, Safer Consumer Projects does wonderful work. SiteKnit has many different branches to it. They're doing wonderful work too. But for some of the projects that are not as proactive as some of the others, my staff works with those project managers. Those are the ones that we are saying, call us first, bring us in early. And more to the caller, to the speaker, more and more we're getting called in early. I mean, that's the exciting part. We're getting called in early.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I'll ask for Spanish interpreters if there are any Spanish comments. Okay, I recognize that there is an in-person comment. Please make your way up to the podium.
I'm Daniel Talamontes. I'm a professor at UC Davis, and I work with Clean Air Coalition at EcoBat. About 6 months ago, DTSC, we kind of expressed our concern about rainwater runoff from the facility, and DTSC was gracious enough to offer their support in sampling the water. And so I received numerous calls and coordinated with them. This happened in December, and when this happened, the facility came out. They had a bunch of the engineers and members of the City of Industry to come and kind of impose their presence on us. And then after that, I've received really no type of further coordination or any type of response from DTSC about their commitments and doing more rainwater sampling throughout the season. And so to me, it reflects or looks like that intimidation by the facility had its effect on DTSC, and they're unable to proceed further with it. That's how it looks on the trust scale. And so what I'm just trying to say about this is, while there is a type of engagement that we're seeing, maybe there's not a lot of follow through afterwards. And so there's types of this performative element of coming out and speaking with us, but at the moment that it seems a bit conflictual or tense, then all of a sudden there seems to be kind of a shying away from these responsibilities and commitments. So I wasn't going to share that today, but I might as well now since we're talking about that. Yeah.
Well, thank you for that. And I'm sure this comment will be redirected to DTSC. And since we don't know anything about it, we can't comment, but we can ensure that they are listening and it's in writing. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the last call for public comment on this section for the OEE, or Environmental Equity Program. I have confirmed that there are no Spanish comments. So that concludes, and I don't see any more hands on Zoom, so that concludes the public comment section for agenda item number 4. And it is now 1:16.
Just 1 second.
Oh, go ahead.
Is there anything, final comments from any board members? Thank you, Serlene Grant, for, there's so much more now we want to do with you. So I think you just invited more work. I don't think that was your intention, but I think you're going to hear from more of us as we go on. We want to take a 45-minute lunch break at the max. So if everyone would aim for 40 and be really ready to go in 45, that's the next plan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I also want to remind everyone on Zoom that there was a note of that in the chat. We've made a slight change to the agenda. After our lunch break, we will go straight into public forum and then followed by board member reports. So please note that change. And I also want to remind people in the room that we have these yellow comment cards on the table outside if you wanted to make a comment on items not on the agenda for public forum. And after that, we will be back in 45 minutes. Thank you.
It is now, whatever
Recording
time
in
it
progress.
is, 2 p.m. We're calling the meeting back to order. Evelyn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will now reestablish quorum. It looks like all board members are present and a quorum is reestablished. And this is a reminder for those of you participating on Zoom that this meeting is being recorded, and by your continued participation, you are acknowledging that. As mentioned before we broke for lunch, we are going into the public forum now, and we invite all our participants to no, we're going right into the public forum. Yeah, again, as a reminder, we changed our agenda. Board member reports, that agenda item will be right after public forum. So we've allotted 45 minutes for public comment at 2 minutes per participant. If you wish to comment and were not able to sign up in advance, please submit a comment card for those of you in person and submit it to myself or to Sheena. And for our Zoom participants, can I please get a show of hands of how many of you wish to comment so that I can get a count? Okay, as those hands keep coming in, I'll get a count after, but I'll now check with Spanish interpreters, Leticia and Aldo, to please ask Spanish participants how many will be able to comment. I see 7 hands raised on Zoom, and there may be participants in person that will be joining us pretty soon. So I'll start with the online sign-up list for those that signed up before the cutoff time. I see Christy Connors on our first as our first participant. Is Christy Connors on Zoom and able to make a comment? I don't see her name, their name coming up, so I'll move on to Rebecca Overmeyer. Oh, I do see Rebecca's hand raised. Okay, Rebecca, I will send you a request to unmute. Actually, can I get someone to unmute her? I don't have I can't unmute.
Okay, I think I just did. Hold on. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, hi, we can hear you. Please state your name and your affiliation. You have 2 minutes.
I wanted to actually defer, not just defer for a moment my comments. I would like Angela Johnson Mazzaros to please go forward, go before me, and then I would go after her.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay, that is acknowledged. We'll call you up after Angela makes her comment in person. The third person from our online sign-up list is Lendry Purcell. Lendry Purcell, I don't see Lendry online either. I know that they made a comment earlier in the meeting.
She made the comment during the other public forum about pesticides, so.
You're correct, that's right. Okay. Moving on to our fourth participant that signed up online, Miguel Alatorre, to comment during our public forum. And as a reminder, it's for non-agendized items. Oh, yes, please. There's a button on the left-hand side.
Are we good? Yeah.
Yes.
This is Miguel Alatorre Jr. with Green Action for Health and Environmental Justice and also a resident of Kettleman City. So I'd like to thank you guys again for giving me some extra time to comment. I really, really appreciate that from all of you guys. And I want to take this time to not only highlight...
Actually, I'm sorry, can I clarify? This is for the public forum. The extra time is for later on in the agenda.
Oh, okay, then I'll use that then, okay?
Yeah, this is items not on the agenda. When we get to the button willow part, that's.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
Okay, you bet.
Okay. Moving on with our online signups, we have Jaime Sanchez that signed up online for public forum. I don't see him online either. Maybe he'll show up later. I know he. Okay. Well, that was our fifth person that submitted their interest to comment online. So we'll move now to in-person comments. The cards that I have are first from Angela Johnson Mazaros to make a 2-minute comment in person. Oh, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I thought that I was going to have 3 minutes, and now I have 2, and I was going to ask for 4. So-
Okay, hang on one sec.
Okay.
We expected a lot more people signing up than we have, so I think we can give Angela her 3 minutes for this.
I was going to ask for 4. I'll go as fast as I can. I'll go as fast as I can. Good afternoon. I'm Angela Johnson Mazaros from Earth Justice. I come before you today to publicly admit that I am a bit embarrassed. I was truly surprised when we received a letter from Quemeco, EcoBat, accusing our client, the Clean Air Coalition of North Whittier and Avocado Heights, of, quote, intentionally making false statements about EcoBat to further its misguided challenge to the facility's ongoing permitting process, end quote. I knew that it had added an additional set of lawyers to challenge this board's decision, but really, I didn't see this coming. But maybe I should have. After all, for a very long time, Quemeco has been showing us who it is. It has a long history of violating environmental laws meant to protect public health and the environment. And its parent corporation, RSR, in Texas, caused a massive Superfund lead cleanup at its secondary lead smelter in West Dallas. That assessment included, that effort included assessment of over 7,000 properties. It also galvanized the West Dallas environmental justice movement, which remains effective today. So it seems that Quemeco has some experience with what effective community-led challenges can do. And no disrespect intended to the good people of Texas. Right now, attacking people's democratic rights is definitely a thing down there. So in its letter, Quemeco gave 6 examples of CAC's purported false statements, including 2 claims that were made to this board during CAC's appeal. Quemeco's lawyers wrote, and I quote, "This is formal notice to Earth Justice to take all appropriate steps to ensure CAC properly implements a litigation hold, including all records, writings, documents, materials, or communication of any type concerning or discussing EcoBat or the facility," end quote. Yes, if you've ever wondered, this is what a threat to an all-volunteer organization that works to support public health and the environment and to address critical issues in their community look like. Fortunately, CAC and the public have First Amendment rights to speak to this board and to raise questions and to share observations and to express concerns and to challenge the apparent notion that public health and the environment must yield to Quemeco's determination to smelt lead. But democracy is not dead yet, and Earth Justice and CAC and the public will not be silenced by this threat. So in November, I told you that this fight was about Quemeco, but about so much more, and this is another piece of that. Chair Rizzo and members of the board, Martin Luther King Jr. made an important observation. The silence of good people is more dangerous than the brutality of bad people. So we come here today to ask you to refuse to stay silent in the face of this threat meant to stop CAC from engaging in DTSC's permitting process by weaponizing this board's public participation process. Otherwise, it's not clear to me what all of this is really for. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Will you provide us your statement in writing, please, so we can do our necessary legal review of what we can respond to? Okay?
I'd be happy to provide you with the statement. I also have copies of the letters that they sent to us, and I'm happy to give those to the clerk.
Yeah, I think we may already have those, but as you know, we can't address litigation that's ongoing that we're also party to. So
Sorry, we don't have any copies, so if you could provide them.
Yeah, if you
to
could provide
board
the
clerk, That would
copies.
be wonderful.
a new thing, yet another new thing. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I will go back to Rebecca Overmeyer, one of our online signups that requested to comment after Angela. Rebecca, are you still?
I'm here. Here I am. Okay, do I get 3 minutes too then, I guess? Is that
We
right?
have 2 minutes per participant.
I see. I thought we were going to 3. Okay, well, here I go. So my name is Rebecca Overmeyer Velasquez, and I am the coordinator of the Clean Air Coalition of North Whittier and Avocado Heights that Angela just referenced. As she mentioned, we are all volunteers. No one gets paid to do any of the work that we do to protect our community from multinational, multi-million-dollar corporate polluters. We don't get paid overtime. No one pays us to show up at your meeting. And we all showed up at the BES meeting in November. We do that because we know that effective regulation of these polluters happens only, and I want to underline that, only when communities push regulators to do their jobs. I have seen this. I know this historically. It's true. It continues to be true. So that means that reduced or limited public participation will necessarily lead to reduced and limited environmental and public health protections. And that's exactly why Ecobat Quemeco is threatening to sue Clean Air Coalition and Earth Justice. This is not the same thing as they're suing the BES for the right decision you made in November. This is now an entirely separate thing, but it falls within a pattern, let's say, of intimidation tactics that have ranged from carrots to now sticks. So this is not new to us, but this is the latest nastiness that's coming from a corporate polluter. You need to be well aware of this, that this is an intimidation tactic. They are trying to scare us into not speaking and thereby reducing the oversight on their polluting habits, which we all know are egregious and consistently blowing past emissions limits, which is why they've been fined so many times, right? And why the EPA still labels them a significant non-complier. But you know what? We will not be silenced, and we will continue to speak up to protect our community's health and well-being. And we expect that you folks too stand up for the public participation process and encourage the public not to be afraid, but to speak up in favor of public health and the environment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. I will continue now with in-person comments. The next card that I have is from Todd Coy. Hopefully I said that right, Todd. I see you. please speak directly into the mic. State your name and your affiliation.
Hi, I'm Todd Coy with KBI. I drafted this, or this was drafted assuming 3 minutes, so we might have a little bit of a challenge here. My name is Todd Coy, serving as the Executive Vice President of KBI. Today, I stand before you to address the matter of Senate Bill 158 and its impact on our operations and the broader recycling industry. First, an introduction. KBI was established over 65 years ago. We're located in Anaheim, California. KBI operates under a Part B permit as a treatment, storage, and disposal facility, specializing in the recycling of industrial lead-acid batteries, commonly found in electric forklifts, backup power systems, and data centers. Unlike traditional smelters or lead refining plants, KBI is not a smelter or refiner. Instead, we employ a manual mechanical process to dismantle these batteries and separate out the various components of the battery, such as electrolyte, steel, and lead, for off-site recycling. In this way, the operation is more akin to a consolidation and bulking operation for material to be refined rather than a smelter who produces lead ingot. You're all invited to come and tour our facility, should you want to. In addition, KBI is proud to be a founding member of Service Solutions, leading lithium battery recycling company in North America. But turning our attention to Senate Bill 158, it's crucial to understand the implications. SB 158 revises a framework for hazardous waste management and introduces a $49.25 per ton generator and handling fee for hazardous waste, including batteries. Prior to the passage of SB 158, hazardous waste disposal fees were captured at the time of disposal, meaning if a shipment of waste was sent to a landfill, such as Kettleman, the generator of that waste would pay a disposal fee to the state. That seems fair. You're disposing, you're not recycling, you're disposing of a waste. With SB 158, the state expanded the universe of what material is subjected to these fees, and the materials that were previously exempt are now captured. This legislative change poses a significant financial burden on the recycling industry. For example, our operational costs have potentially increased by nearly $2 million as a result of these new fees. Such a surge in operating expenses undermines economic viability of recycling initiatives and disrupts the equilibrium of the recycling ecosystem.
That's time.
Okay, basically I'd like to request a meeting with the board or whomever is the appropriate staff to kind of review some of these things. There's a double taxation issue that I wasn't able to get to. I'll draft the letter and send it to you, Chairman, or the board.
Thank you.
For further explanation.
Thank you. Please do that. And as we are pursuing the whole fee structure in light of the department's deficit, your timing is perfect for us to understand this. So please do provide it to the board. We'll see that our key staff and board members who are working on the fee structure get it, and that the department gets it. Thank
Happy
you
to
for
do
that.
so. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next in-person comment is from Valerie Boracio. And as you make your way up, I'll call the next three people. Stella Marez, please start lining up near the podium. Stella Marez, Carmen Vega, and Marisol Perez. Please state your name and your affiliation. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Valerie Barocio, and I am a computer science student at UC Davis. I just came here in support of Clean Air Coalition and members across California, like those here on behalf of Kettleman City, who are enduring environmental justice and saying, we will not be silenced. We have the right to speak and be heard. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Stella Marez.
Hello, my name is Stella Merez. I'm a Chicano Studies major at UC Davis, and I came here today to show my support for Clean Air Coalition and Kettleman City in their fight for environmental justice across California.
Thank you. Good for UC Davis.
Thank you. Carmen Vega.
Hello, my name is Carmen Vega. I'm a second year studying microbiology at UC Davis. I'm here in support of the Clean Air Coalition and also any and all communities affected by across California who are enduring environmental justice and saying that we will not be silenced. we have the right to be heard and and to speak and to be heard.
And we hear you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Marisol Perez. I'm a Latina UC Davis student, and I am here in support of Clean Air Coalition and communities across California, especially Kettleman City. We deserve the right to speak and be heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Last two comment cards that I have are from Estefania Aguilera and Daniel Talamantes. Please make your way up to the podium, please. Please state your name and your affiliation. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Stefania Aguilera. I'm an international agriculture development major at UC Davis. I'm here on behalf of my community as a Latina in support of Clean Air Coalition and as well as Kettleman City. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm Daniel Talamantes. I am a professor at UC Davis and a member of Clean Air Coalition, or participated in research with them for the last 2 years. I want to say officially a member. I am deeply troubled by that message and the violations that it proposes possibly. And also I stand with Clean Air Coalition and all its members and the neighbors and the family members in being able to stand up for their position and rights to be heard. And also, I just want to remark as well, this was just brought up in class, and all these students were activated and mobilized by this issue, and it resonates with them because they all come from areas that are facing similar types of challenges. And so please continue to stand up for us, and please continue to have our support. Thanks.
Thank you. And I assume they were all in your class, Professor? There you go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That concludes the in-person comments that we have received. And
For items
Sorry,
not on the agenda.
Evelyn, I think there's more comments. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm making this comment in my capacity as the executive director of the Unidos Network and also a member of El Pueblo para la Aire y Agua Limpia de Kettleman City. My name is Miguel Alatorre, and I'm here to support CAC. And we definitely don't want to receive any of the waste that's coming there to our facility. So thank you to them for fighting for us.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I will go back to, did you want to comment as well? Okay.
My name is Brian Cadena, community organizer for Green Action. I live in Kettleman City, and I stand in support with CAC, and I do not want any of this waste to come in my community or any other community of any BIPOC communities.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I do see that one of our online signups, Jaime Sanchez. Oh, there's one more person? Okay. Is there any other people in person that would want to comment? Okay, last in-person comment. Go ahead.
Okay, so hi, my name is Stephanie Morales, and I'm a first-generation Latina student at UC Davis. And so I stand with Clean Air Coalition and all individuals, especially people of color in California, facing environmental injustices within their communities. Communities like Kettleman City, which are being used as hazardous wastelands, and my hometown, Richmond, California, which has endured exposure to toxic chemicals from Chevron's refinery pollution throughout the years, impacting its residents. These cities may seem small, but we deserve to be heard. We refuse to be silenced and ignored. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you so much. I will go now to Jaime Sanchez. He is now on Zoom. He was one of our online signups. Can we please invite Jaime to unmute? Go ahead, Jaime, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and your affiliation. Jaime, if you're speaking, we can't hear you, but I do see that you are unmuted. Okay, I'll come back to you, Jaime, if maybe there's an issue with your mic. I did receive another in-person comment from Brian Cadena. He already made the comment. Thank you. Sorry. Okay, so I will go now to our Zoom participants. The first hand raised I see is from Jesse Flores. Please accept our request to unmute. State your name and your affiliation. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jesse. I'm a member of the community-based organization Norwalk Unidas. Really quickly, want to give a shout out to the UC Davis students. Y'all are doing great work. I feel like I should have gone to UC Davis. So anyway, I'm here in partnership with Neighbors Against Fibertech to express my organization's concerns surrounding the Fibertech hazardous waste facility in the unincorporated neighborhood of Los Nietos within Santa Fe Springs. As has been shared with board members in the past, Fibertech has committed violations of environmental labor laws, which has put residents in the community at risk of harm. These communities, they're predominantly working class communities of color, and it's environmentally unjust that residents have to wait years or even decades for Fibertech to be shut down for its violations. And with all the other environmental factors surrounding Santa Fe Spring residents, it's even more urgent that we hold Fibertech responsible. With freeways and industry crisscrossing across Southeast LA County communities, our residents are already at higher risk of harmful air pollution. So it's important that we act soon. And so I'm aware that DTSC will be making a permitting decision soon for Fibertech. So whatever the outcome is on DTSC's side, Norwalk Unidas is hoping that it can rely on the Board of Environmental Safety to make the environmentally just decision to deny Fibertech's permit renewal. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I move on to the rest of the hands raised on Zoom, I'm going to call again one of our online signups to see if she was able to come back and join us to make comments. Is Christy Connors on? Christy Connors. Okay. I'm going to move on to the second hand raised, Parents Against SSFL. Please accept our request to unmute.
Hi, I'm Jenny Knack with Parents Against SSFL. I just want to let you know that Melissa Bumstead, who also has a Parents Against SSFL Zoom ID, also has her hand up, so we are not the same person and we'll speak separately. I want to address the Groundwater U presentations that have been held explicitly in cooperation with Boeing, NASA, and DOE, who are the responsible parties at SSFL. DTSC sent out a community notice saying that they were holding these Groundwater U sessions. There are 3 of them, plus a site tour, but they are being facilitated by the responsible parties. That isn't being directly admitted. The folks holding the presentations are academics. But for example, the first Groundwater U meeting was held by Matthew Becker, or he was the speakered expert on groundwater. He is indeed on the SSFL groundwater panel. And he gave a presentation which SSFL has over 300 contaminants of concern. He focused on one contaminant and focused only on biological degradation or natural attenuation, meaning doing nothing. We were very concerned, but it became apparent afterwards why. Matthew Becker has taken over 4 years, $1 million, $250,000 a year over 4 years from the Department of Energy. He also took a 1-year sabbatical at the NASA Goddard State Flight Center. This is the independent science that is being offered to our community in preparation for releasing groundwater remediation plans at the site. The second meeting was held by 2 other professors who have taken money from Boeing and the responsible parties for 30 years. Again, they focused on one contaminant of concern. And their takeaway was also, there's nothing here, do nothing, there's nothing here, and again, focused on natural attenuation. our community is concerned about the lack of independent analysis and science. It's not that that doesn't exist. There's Dr. Cohen and Wilshire who have presented or published peer-reviewed works on the subject. We are hoping that not only Ingrid, but maybe other folks from BES can attend the following Groundwater U meeting and see what kind of community outreach we're actually getting. It's very troubling and concerning. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that we do have BES staff members that have been attending those as well. So we will check back with them. So thank you for that.
Thank you. The next hand raised on Zoom is from Zenaida Huerta. Please accept our request to unmute. State your name and your affiliation, and the timer will begin.
Thank you. My name is Zenaida Huerta. I'm a lifetime resident of North Whittier and elected County Central Committee member in 8056. I'm speaking in support of the Clean Air Coalition and the vital work that they do in advocating for the public health and the rights of members of our community. They should not be silenced. As mentioned by a number of individuals here, they have protected rights to speak out for our community, and they have our community's interests at heart. These are our most valued community advocates, and we need them. I joined the Clean Air Commission or the Clean Air Coalition members in requesting support. The health of our community is at stake. Thank you.
Thank you, Zenaida.
Thank you. The next person on Zoom is Christian Sanchez. Please accept our request to unmute. State your name and your affiliation.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Christian Sanchez. I'm a community member here from West Covina, San Gabriel Valley. I'm here on behalf of not only myself, but my community and others who were not able to make it here today. To speak on behalf of the Clean Air Coalition, we appreciate that the Board of Environment Safety has given us a voice or a platform to amplify our voices. And on behalf of my personal experience with environmental injustices, that of which being, I lost my sister to cancer, which, I will not make any claims that that was involved with any affiliated parties in the area, but I know that pain and experience going through that, and that's not something that I wish upon anyone. And for that reason, I will not back down. I will not be silenced when I know that these are issues, real life issues affecting my community. So once again, I'd like to thank BES for giving us this platform to amplify our voices, and we hope you guys can continue to be an advocate for the community. Thank you. We will not be silenced.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Christian. The next person I have is Marta Huerta. Please accept our request to unmute. State your
Hello,
name.
my name is Marta Huerta. I am a retired Deputy Labor Commissioner with the state of California. I am a resident of Northern Whittier, the neighboring community directly affected by Quimeco. I am here in solidarity and to say no corporation can silence residents from defending themselves from environmental injustice. My family from East Los Angeles endured this and worked at similar industries during World War II and got sick, and I won't mention in which manners, although they were told their jobs were safe. People of color have endured this enough. I am here to say no one will keep us silent. Ya basta y viva la comunidad.
Thank you so much, Marta. The next participant on Zoom is Lizette Romano. Lizette, please accept our request to unmute. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name and your affiliation.
Hi, my name is Lizette Romano. I live in Norwalk, and I'm calling in support of Neighbors Against Fibrotech, which is a community organization that's or community residents that are working to hopefully get fibrotech out of their community. I'm hoping to, really promote environmental justice in the area. I know many people that work in and around Santa Fe Springs. My dad included. He worked there for a lot of years. And I go often too, because I live right next to it. I'm Latina myself, and I've studied environmental health at the master's level. And it makes me sad to hear that, something potentially similar to Exide is happening again in the Los Angeles County area with another primarily Latino population. Too much of our community, as you've heard, is plagued with cancer and other issues. And so I urge the board to deny fibrotech's permit if that is approved by DTSC. Given the history of violations and lack of regard for the health of the people here. I was also previously a commissioner on the county's Youth Climate Commission, and I know Supervisor Hahn has also voiced her concerns about this facility. These violations are well documented and available on the EPA's website if there are any doubts about that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next participant I have is Des. Please accept our request to unmute. State your name and your affiliation. You have 2 minutes.
Hello. Yes. So my name is Desiree Moreno. Unfortunately, my Zoom name came up as Des. I am here. I am a senior sociology major with an emphasis on law and society at UC Davis. I am a daughter, a mom, a sister, and a full-time worker. I just wanted to share that I am in support of the Clean Air Coalition and Kettleman City and members across California who are enduring environmental injustices, since it is important not only for myself, but our community and most of all, our fellow Americans. And I just basically wanted to say that we will not be silenced and we have the right to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Des. I appreciate your comments. The next person I have is Parents Against SSFL. I just want to make sure that it's not the same. Okay. Go ahead and accept our request to unmute. State your name and your affiliation. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. This is Melissa Bumstead with Parents Against the Santa Susana Field Lab. The Area 1 burn pit is one of the most toxic portions at the SSFL, but the DTSC is not using the most protective methods for the cleanup. This is concerning when we've been told by Dr. Kaltofen that dioxides and radionuclides found in the burn pit can be toxic even in trace amounts. We've sent a letter to the DTSC regarding more protective methods, such as using a tent during remediation, which has been used at other DTSC sites, as well as other dust mitigation methods. These will not only protect the community from fugitive dust, but will also reassure the community that they are safe and will rebuild trust in the DTSC. Another huge concern is that gamma scanning is being used to identify radionuclides in the soil, but not all of the radionuclides found in the Area 1 burn pit actually emit gamma rays. They emit beta and alpha rays. So this will allow soil that is radioactive to be sent to non-licensed sites, such as Kettleman City. We want the DTSC to take our demands seriously and to act quickly as the cleanup is currently happening. I live less than 3 miles away, and I'm very concerned about this cleanup, if it's safe enough, and for my family and my community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next person is Greg Fritchell. Please accept our request to unmute. State your name and your affiliation. You have 2 minutes. Can we unmute Greg Fritchell, please?
I'm sorry, it did not click on the unmute correctly the first time. My name is Greg Fritchell. I am a resident of the city of Walnut, and I'm speaking as a resident of the 56th Assembly District, in which the EcoBat facility currently lies. I'm a 5-time candidate for the Assembly myself, and have made environmental protection a high priority. And I've spoken in support of and in agreement with the concerns expressed by the Clean Air Coalition, and am appalled by the efforts of the Ecobat lawyers to shut down our expression of our concerns. We have rights under the U.S. Constitution and also under the Brown Act in the California Constitution to speak in open communication regarding our concerns here. We will not be silenced, and I individually will not be silenced. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person, and looks like our last person on Zoom, is William Preston Bowling. Please accept our request to unmute. State your name and your affiliation. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm William Preston Bowling. I'm not affiliated. I'm speaking as an individual. I just want to let you know that the Santa Susana Field Lab is missing from the DTSC's priority. And I think a lot of the stuff at the Santa Susana Field Lab is kind of floating under the radar, and there should be more oversight and also public participation. I think the public participation component of the DTSC and the Santa Susana Field Lab has fallen to the wayside. There's a ISEO happening right now in the Area 1 burn pit, and it lacks so many safety measures, and there's been radiological contamination found there, and we need to do a lot more with the DTSC to help make this safe for all these surrounding communities, because it is the headwaters to the Arroyo Simi and the LA River. And so we're not really sure how far downstream this contamination goes. And we want to make sure there's a proper cleanup to background so we don't have to worry about this in the future.
Thank you. And this is the last call for Zoom participants. I see 2 more hands raised. The next person is Stephanie Terrazas. Please accept our request to unmute.
Hi there. My name is Stephanie Terrazas. I am a delegate for Assembly District 56. I am in support of Clean Air Coalition in the work to hold Comeco Ecobat accountable, and they should not be silenced. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The last person is HH. Please accept our request to unmute. State your name and your affiliation. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead, you are unmuted. If you're speaking, we don't hear anything. There may be issues with your microphone. I'm going to move on back to our online participants. I'll call on Jaime Sanchez, if you're still on. Please accept our request to unmute, Jaime. And we can try both because there's 2. I think he might have signed on with his phone.
Good afternoon, members of the board and staff. My name is Jaime Sanchez. I am a resident of Los Nietos and also a member of Neighbors Against FiberTech. At our community roundtable meeting with DTSC and BES last Friday, March the 15th, we once again requested that DTSC deny the permit application for FiberTech Inc. FiberTech's violation history is egregious, and in our opinion, they are a serial polluter who for more than a quarter of a century has endangered the health, safety, and welfare of our community. The analogy that was used at the meeting to describe FiberTech was that of a drunk driver who violates the law, then complies with the law in order to restore his license, only to violate the law again and again and comply again and again. At some point, the drunk driver's license is revoked for valid and legal reasons. This hypothetical aptly describes FiberTech for not only violating the law over and over again, but also for delaying for more than 20 years remediation of extreme contamination of groundwater and soil, which includes the known carcinogen hexavalent chromium. We want the record to reflect that these facts are not in dispute, as well as other factors such as community vulnerability and cumulative impacts. Ample evidence and valid reasons exist for DTSC to deny FiberTech's permit application, and we ask DTSC to do so in order to fulfill their mandate to protect the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaime. I'll move on again to HH. We'll see if your microphone issues were fixed. Please accept our request to unmute. We still don't hear anything. So I'll move on to the next hand raised on Zoom.
Evelyn, sorry,
Yes.
you can ask the HH to submit the comments online, to email them. If you can just provide our email information so that they can submit that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Can someone please put the BES info into the chat so that they can submit their comment to us via email? There are 2 more hands raised on Zoom. The next person is Andrea Houtman. Please accept a request to unmute and state your name and your affiliation.
Yes, my name is Andrea Houtman. I live in West Covina. I'm a member of the San Gabriel Valley Progressives, which is a grassroots organization. And I'm also a member of the Clean Air Coalition. And I would just appeal to BES. You were created to hear the concerns of the people. Do not allow corporations the ability to silence the people who need to speak to you so that you hear their evidence, their point of view, their truth. This is a question of free speech against an abusive corporation. And you, as a body, were created in order to support and promote the democratic communication between the people and the government. So I stand in support of the Clean Air Coalition and urge that you support their right to not be silenced. We will not be silenced. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person on Zoom is Kamimura. Please accept a request to unmute. State your name and your affiliation. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Marilyn. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Marilyn Kamimura. I'm a member of Clean Air Coalition. I have been part of this movement against Ecobat Quemeco for over 10 years. We are now at this point. I thank you for your support, but we do have the right to free speech to protect our communities. And at this time, all I am saying is, please support us that we have this right and we will not be silenced. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll now ask interpreters if we have any comments in Spanish. And in the meantime, I will call on one more time on Christy Connors, who signed up online, if they may have called in or something. Christy Connors. Okay. And interpreters also confirm that there are no Spanish comments. So there is one more comment in the room. Please make your way up to the podium. And again, this is for last call for public comments.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
My name is Angel Ortega. I'm a part of UC Davis, the University of California, Davis. And I want to say that I'm in support of Clean Air Coalition and members across California enduring environmental justice and saying we will not be silenced. I have the right to speak and to be heard. Thank you.
For that, and we are hearing you. We're really making the best effort to provide a forum for all these comments, which are passed on to DTSC, and inform how we think about the jurisdictions that we do have. We can't deny a permit, but we can listen to an appeal. So thank you for this. I want you all to hear that. I love having all the UC Davis folks here. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and your affiliation.
Hello, my name is Desiree Morales. I'm a UC Davis student. I'm indigenous to the Santa Barbara area. My tribe is Coastal Band of Chumash Nation, and I am in support of Clean Air Coalition and members across California enduring environmental justice and saying we will not be silenced, and I have the right to speak and be heard.
Hello, my name is Maria Esmeralda Cortez Cortez. I am a Richmond, California resident and a UC Davis student parent. I'm in support of Clean Air Coalition and members across California enduring environmental justice. And I'm here saying we will not be silenced. I have the right to speak and be heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jay. I'm a first generation Chicano UC Davis student studying psychology. I just wanted to come in and say I'm in support of the Clean Air Coalition and members across California enduring environmental justice and saying we will not be silenced. We have the right to speak and be heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that is the last call. The last call was already called for public comments.
So it's the last call.
last call. There's no more hands raised on Zoom, and again, no Spanish comments. So this closes public participation for public forum.
Great, thank you. We're now moving on to what will be the last agenda item before we take actions, and that's for board reports on activities that board members were engaged in between the last meeting. In particular, we're going to hear about our Button Willow tour and community meeting. And we're going to hear that from Linda Ocampo, who's our hazardous waste engineer. And I went to Button Willow, did a tour with DTSC team as well, and then met with local community members. So Linda will present that. We will also have a presentation on our progress on fees from Sushma Bhatia. And do we have any other board update reports? The continuation, it's the continuation of yesterday when we did a few board member reports, and now we're doing these. So unless there's anything else, those two are what I have on the agenda. So why don't we start with, is Linda available, Linda Ocampo? Linda will be doing her presentation remotely. Hello, Linda.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can, and we can see you
Perfect.
too.
Great. Yes, so I'll get started. Chair Rizzo, thank you for that. And I'll provide a short report on our tour to the Button Willow City. On January 26th, I had the opportunity to join Chair Rizzo to tour the Clean Harbors facility and meet with the Button Willow community members. Our first stop was the Clean Harbors facility. There we met with representatives from Clean Harbors, led by Mariana Buane. In attendance was also Senator Shannon Grove, members of the DTSC leadership team, Katie Butler, Wayne Lorenzen, and Craig Scholler, and representative for California Strategies and Advocacy, Ricardo Martinez. At this meeting, Clean Harbors provided an overview of the facility operations, including detailed information on the construction and advanced technology employed in each landfill cell to prevent environmental hazards. In relation to transportation management, the facility shared that transporters delivering to the facility are required to take designated hazardous waste routes around the town of Button Willow. These are alternate routes specifically certified for the transportation of hazardous waste. The facility also shared their plans for the installation of a new enclosed stabilization and treatment unit, including a unit for the storage of treated waste prior to landfilling. These units are included in the permit renewal application. We also learned about Clean Harbors' involvement in the Button Willow Foundation, which is a local program that funds environmental summer camps for children. With respect to furthering community engagement, Chair Rizzo suggested a facility tour for the Button Willow community. The facility representatives responded positively to the request and noted their consultation with California Strategies and Advocacy for assistance with furthering their community engagement. We were also informed that Kern County is working on translating the Environmental Impact Report, also known as the EIR, into Spanish. This is a historical effort considering the county's established and significant Spanish-speaking population. The Environmental Impact Report plays a key role in the facility's permit renewal process. The meeting concluded with a tour of the facility, which allowed us to visually understand the construction and installation process of landfill cells, closure of cells, and management of waste treatment. We as in Chair Rizzo, Katie Butler, and I, then convened with the members of Bunuelo community, just 8 miles east of the Clean Harvest facility. There we met with Sonia Sanchez, Gary Rodriguez, Scarlett Aguayo, and Miguel Alatorre with Green Action. At this meeting, the community group shared several concerns, one being the high volume of truck traffic and the potential that some unmarked trucks may be transporting hazardous waste through the community. That despite the community's understanding that Clean Harbors transporters are required to follow hazardous waste routes, the community is uncertain about whether unmarked trucks traveling on main roads towards the facility are carrying hazardous waste. There is a suggestion for better labeling of trucks owned and contracted by Clean Harbors facility to reduce this uncertainty. Katie Butler offered to look into what the department can do to improve truck labeling requirements and confirm transporter compliance. Another concern was the increasing number of autism cases among children in the Bunuelo community. However, policy barriers are limiting access to county public health resources to further determine what environmental factors may be contributing to these cases. In this instance, Katie Butler offered assistance with facilitating a community health assessment report, also known as the CASPER report, to evaluate incidences of autism in the area. There was a discussion on expanding area community monitoring and the need to adapt communication mechanisms within the IVEN reporting network to timely notify the community of issues reported through the system. There were a couple of inquiries, one regarding whether Clean Harbors' contribution to the Bunuelo Foundation would increase with planned facility expansion, and another about the types of hazardous waste streams received at the facility. This lack of awareness on the types of waste streams raises concerns for potential health effects experienced by the already environmentally burdened community. At closing, the group emphasized the need for the department to extend community engagement by conducting brief in-person community meetings, as this would allow the community to engage more effectively and have their questions addressed in a timely manner. The board staff is currently confirming with the department whether the scheduling of the meetings or when these meetings are going to be scheduled. I do want to thank Mariana, Sonia, Gary, and Scarlett, and Miguel for their generous time and sharing their space with us. I also want to thank Katie for partnering with us on this one and proactively addressing some of these concerns shared at this meeting. And that is my report.
Thank you, Linda. It was quite an amazing day. The Senator Grove had called me directly to invite me, and it felt as if we wanted it to be more robust than just a tour. And I was really grateful, Miguel, that you responded immediately and brought a group together, and that Katie Butler from DTSC wanted to join that community meeting. So I think it was a step, and we certainly want to hear your comments on that when we get to the public comment segment of this section. So that's good. Does any board members have any questions about the Bunuelo report? Okay. Sushma, do you want to go ahead with fees, and then we'll have public comment on this segment?
Okay, thank you, Jeannie. I'll start and then please chime in. So just to set context, most of you already know this, but the board has the authority to set fees, which is why last year we established the fees subcommittee, which includes Jeannie and I. we've been meeting with the DTSC's finance team on a regular basis to understand the assumptions, methodologies behind fee setting and to propose to the rest of the board a course of action. Before last year, the fees were first amended through SB 158, and this amendment or modification came after several years of no fee changes. Last year, the board decided to not make any changes to the fees. All of this is context. Now, Meredith, in her presentation earlier today, mentioned that there is now a shortfall in the generation and handling fee. So in terms of the numbers, the revenues that were expected to be collected for generation and handling were roughly $81 million. And the actual revenues collected were of around 43 million. So you can see that there's a reasonable shortfall in that. So the focus of our monthly meetings has been twofold. One is looking back, what are the root causes behind the shortfall so that we can understand what the structural reasons are behind it and start to make modifications. And then the second path has been looking forward, which is what do we do now to address the shortfall? First, today I want to make it clear that there are no specific proposals that we are sharing. DTSC has been working behind the scenes to figure out a path forward, and there will be more information that we can share through the May revision. So I want to put that aside. But from a principles perspective, Dawn, we've spoken to Dawn or SEEB's leadership team. We've also had conversations with other stakeholders, and we understand that there are concerns that the top payers do not want to be burdened and put in a position of absorbing costs for the non-payers. We fully understand that. And we are aware, and we want also to be equitable in how we move forward. We also recognize at the same time that we have to make some adjustments to adjust for the cost of living or other sort of technical adjustments that all state agencies go through every year. And so we might have to go through a round like that. And this will allow us to avoid creating long-running structural deficits and carry those forward. So with those two in mind, again, we're working with DTSC behind the scenes. We're trying to gather information and carve out a path forward. We'll have more information to share. But I think other thing fundamentally that we've been concerned about is how do we start to uncover these issues more quickly or sooner in the fee setting cycle and start to increase awareness and work with the stakeholders. In order for that to happen, we have recognized that there is a back-end data issue. There are multiple agencies involved in the process of fee collection. So DTSC has its own IT system and the way data is organized. CDTFA that collects the fees has its own system and ways in which data is organized. We need to, in order to get a more real-time view of what the revenue collection looks like, we need to figure out a solution to match those two databases and data systems. Otherwise, up until now, there's been a very manual, time-intensive process of reconciling these two systems and figuring out the shortfall, which is part of the reason why we're getting information sort of later in the cycle. But these are some areas we're looking into. Everything is on the table. We are trying to look at, get a deeper understanding on the compliance side. We're trying to get a deeper understanding on the loan approaches. We are trying to understand exemptions and what sort of impacts will be if we were to drive increased awareness and collect greater revenues. So that is.
Thank you. I think that,
Sorry, I'll just add two things. One, we've been meeting with DTSC. I know it feels like monthly, but it's actually been every 2 weeks, and if not every week on certain issues. And then also just wanted to add that I did give a quick presentation yesterday about fees timeline, and we've heard that the public wants more engagement with the board around fees. So we are going to be doing that, so stay tuned. But just wanted, for those that didn't hear yesterday, there is a slide on the timeline for fees and what that looks like.
All right, thank you for that. And I think just to elaborate on something that Sushma reported, last year the projections that we received from finance were that there should be enough fees collected to cover the appropriation. So there was no change. the deficit, the $41 million or so, had to be covered by a loan from the general fund. And for those of you that know that this department is supposed to live off fees. So also understanding that loans have to be paid back at some point, usually. That's the way people think about it when they lend you money. So we're negotiating on that while we're trying to figure out all these other issues that Sushma reported on: penalties, compliance, exemption, and whether or not the fee mechanism that was put in place and the contract with, it's called CDTFA, the California Department of Tax and Finance Administration. They're paid by the department to bill and collect those fees. So we've asked for an analysis of that, and DTSC secured the necessary funding to have an independent analysis of that. So there's a lot going on, and it's all going to hit this summer. So for those of you interested and curious about the whole fee system, that's going to be, once we get into the budget and then the May revise, and then we get into the summer, we're going to have a very truncated period of time to address this. But we will be doing it, and there will be fee workshops. So again, look at the timeline. If this is something of interest to you, please show up for that and let us know your thinking. So it's a complex issue and not easily resolved, but one that has to be. So I think unless there are questions for either of those reports, we will hear public comment now on those two items: the Buttonwillow meeting and tour and the fees discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will now open the floor for public comment on this agenda item number 5. We will open this comment period by calling on Miguel Alatorre as requested in advance. You will have 5 minutes to comment, and your presentation will be pulled up.
Oh, wow. Awesome. Well, I wanted to thank you guys so much again. This is Miguel Alatorre Jr., community organizer for Green Action for Health and Environmental Justice and resident of Kettleman City. And I come today on behalf of some of the residents in Buttonwillow, and I really wanted to take some time to thank the BES and DTSC for coming out into Buttonwillow, because I think that was, as you said, Chairman, a really great step forward in how we should do engagement. But getting to some of the more, is this the clicker? Getting to some of the things that we'd like to see change is the numerous permit violations. If you go to the next slide. Clean Arbors has been declared a significant non-complier by DTSC, and this is something that Green Action caught on behalf of some of the community members that flagged this down on DTSC's website. I believe it was in ViroStore, where we first saw that they were labeled as a significant non-complier. DTSC states that Clean Arbors has failed to minimize the risk of hazardous waste release, which could threaten human health and the environment. And I think that's something that we referenced in our talk, is the fact that those trucks are still going through the community and they don't even know how, they're labeled and what's the situation with any other companies that are bringing that waste. So we'd like to have a presentation created that we can bring into the community that shows all the trucks, all the types of waste streams and where they're coming in from and where they could possibly go instead of their landfill. Some of the violations that we've caught on the Clean Arbors end is violations that include disposing of hazardous waste without required pretreatment, failing to adequately monitor groundwater for contamination, using damaged plastic tarps to cover the toxic waste, allowing toxic dust to accumulate and spread around the facility, obstructing DTSC's efforts to test wastewater treatment byproducts, and storing incompatible waste containers together and risking fires and explosions. And so I think that the health of the Buttonwillow residents is really important. And I think that these violations is not something that we can overlook. Next slide, please. So something that we flagged that is the same case as well as in Kettleman is the fact that Buttonwillow, the Clean Arbors facility, has been operating on a long expired permit. I believe their permit is even longer out of date, with it being expired in 1996. That's older than some of the staff at Green Action. Violations include failures to minimize waste migration, improper storage, inadequate groundwater monitoring, and more. Clean Harbors Buttonwillow has demonstrated a pattern of serious environmental violations and disregard for public safety. DTSC and BES need to hold themselves accountable as well as Clean Harbors accountable and help address these issues. And I would like to again state that I know it's a really great show of faith by having you guys come out into the community and do some community engagement, but I think this goes well above community engagement. And right now we're looking at enforcement, right? How can we enforce these folks to do better by our community members? How can we make sure that they're really in compliance with the law? And if the law is so easy to follow, how can we make it more reflective of how we can help the community achieve a cleaner environment? And I believe that's the end of the Buttonwillow side of the presentation. So again, just wanted to highlight those violations and the fact that Green Action is still very much in the community and getting people organized on how we can get the dumping to stop. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Miguel. I do have a follow-up question
go ahead.
for you. Were you able to secure a tour for the community with Buttonwillow?
So that's something that we're still on the table about. So we had a community meeting as of last week. And so right now the big hot topic, as many of you know, is the Elk Hills carbon sequestration facility. And so right now the CRC folks, and specifically Nicole Parra, their community engagement lead, has requested to do a tour of that facility also. And so I think that community members are going to be looking at doing that tour if they want to first, and then we can talk about scheduling the Clean Harbors tour. But I'm sure there is some excitement over it. Here's my concern with that, right? My personal concern. If I was going to invite the BES to my house, I'd invite you to my living room where I would clean it, where my dogs are out of it, but I'm not going to invite you into my room where my underwear are thrown on the ground and maybe I have some my dog hairs and other dog related stuff laying on the ground. And so I wouldn't show you that. And so I think that Clean Harbors would probably do the same thing, right? They'd bring us in, they show us their most polished parts of their operation, and they wouldn't really show us what the bad parts are, right? The nitty gritty of it. And so I think if we do form any type of tour, we should highlight the negatives as well as the positives. So that's what I would say on the tour.
Yeah, and I would suggest getting your questions together ahead of time, because there is a process in the tour where you're just in a room and you're getting a presentation. So I think it would be useful for you to, in advance, let Ricardo know what you want to look at and what you want to talk about. And I think that would make it a more useful engagement.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much. And maybe we could follow up offline and we could have a discussion about some of the questions that we may be able to ask them. So thank you so much for that opportunity.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Are there any other persons in person that would want to comment on this item? I have one person. Please go up to the podium. State your name and your affiliation.
My name is Brian Cadena, community organizer for Green Action, lifelong resident of Kettleman City. I'm about to make a comment about the Clean Harbors situation in Buttonwillow. I'm here today to address a pressing concern regarding the Clean Harbors landfill in Buttonwillow. This facility has been operating on expired permits for an extended period of time, as my colleague has said, despite the numerous violations and being designated as a significant violator. Not only does this pose significant environmental risk, but it also jeopardizes the health and well-being of the residents. It's imperative that immediate action is taken to rectify this situation and ensure that Clean Harbors complies with all environmental regulations. The safety and the health of our communities must be prioritized above all else. With that being said, I do have a couple of questions. Board member Bostrom did mention yesterday that she joined quite an amount of committees focused on hazardous waste and focused on community. So I just wanted to ask some follow-up questions about that. Who are on those committees? Which board members are in those committees as well? When did those committees start existing? What have those committees achieved since they've been created? Who does what in those committees? And how much do you get paid to be on the Board of Environmental Safety, and how much do you get paid to be on those committees? I would like that in a format that is simple and I can take back to my community and show them, because that is something that they would definitely like to know.
Thank you. Those are good questions. And all the committee assignments are posted on our website, correct? And so there's usually two, sometimes just one board member and staff on each subcommittee, because we can't all meet outside of a board meeting. That's the Bagley-Keene rules. So 2 members will be on each committee at the most. So there is a list of that. At each board meeting, people report out. I mean, we can provide that, a paper copy of that to you as well if you want to, but it is up on the website. The board salaries, I am full-time, the board members are half-time, and the other board members and then the staff are full-time. All staff are full-time. And so we are paid not separately for our subcommittees. We're paid an ongoing salary of $170,000 for full-time and half of that for part-time.
I really appreciate that answer. And if you so choose to, if you want to follow via email with something I can take back to the community, I would really appreciate that.
Happy to.
I'll just add that we'll be updating the document since member Brostrom has now joined some of the subcommittees, but in terms of the Hazardous Waste Management Planning Committee, that is member Bhatia and member Brostrom, and it was previously member Ruiz.
Thank you for your time.
And if you leave us your email address, we'll get you those documents. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call for in-person comments. Seeing none, I'll move on to Zoom. I see one hand raised from Bradley Angel. Please accept our request to unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. It's been an interesting meeting, to put it mildly, and I'll just take a couple minutes on Buttonwell. I just wanted, so I didn't forget, I wanted to remind the board that apparently gets paid quite a hefty salary, a lot more than those in the environmental justice movement, that it was a year ago that you all promised Peggy Hoagland Smith from Laytonville that you would go up to Laytonville up in Mendocino County, where residents are dying and getting profoundly sick at rates I've rarely seen in my 36, 37 years of working with communities across this country. So I just want to remind you to please keep that commitment. Now for Buttonwillow, you know, we heard a lot all day today from BES and DTSC about commitments to health and justice and accountability and enforcement. You know, as Miguel, my colleague, Miguel Alatorre pointed out a few minutes ago, the last permit for the Buttonwillow Clean Harbors facility expired 18 years ago. And that permit, as we have pointed out repeatedly, was issued with straight up racially discriminatory English-only permit processes. And even before I was there, even before Green Action existed, I was arrested at the public hearing by Kern County in a process used by DTSC for the crime of introducing myself in Spanish so the residents at least can understand. That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with foot dragging around notices of deficiency. We're talking about a long history of violations. Having said that, believe it or not, I actually want to compliment DTSC for once for actually rejecting Clean Harbors Buttonwillow's attempt to get away with illegally dumping toxic waste without the required pretreatment. And I do applaud DTSC for making this polluter, you know, basically do it right. Having said that, you might imagine how surprised we were, and in a good way, to see on DTSC's own website, EnviroStore, and I hope each and every one of you on the Board of Environmental Safety have looked at this, and please do, before it might disappear, that DTSC has designated Clean Harbors Buttonwillow as a significant non-complier, and that is a quote. And there was injunctive relief sought, and yet they're allowed to keep operating and dumping deadly toxic waste on a permit issued with racially discriminatory processes, police intimidation of residents, English-only processes for 18 years. It's time for DTSC to shut the Kettleman Hills and Buttonwillow facilities down and work with the public and industry to find safe alternatives, including pollution prevention, waste reduction, safe alternative treatment technologies, and very importantly, stop allowing and stop sending toxic waste to
Thank
garbage
you.
dumps
That's
in other
time.
communities. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Last call for commenters on Zoom for agenda item number 5. In the meantime, I will ask interpreters if there are any Spanish comments. Okay, no comments in Spanish, so I will close the public comment section for this item. Madam Chair?
Thank you. Now we'll move on to the last item. Alexis Hacker will walk through the action items that we've captured over the last 2 days and record those so that we're all reminded of what we agreed to or what we learned. And then we'll look at it right before the next meeting to be sure we took care of it. No, we'll attend to it as we go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I have just a short list of 6 agenda items. I wanted to make a note that yesterday when we approved the board minutes for 2 board meetings held over the recent months, and the board hazardous waste permit appeal hearing for EcoBat, we approved those minutes. I'm going to, although we adopted those minutes, I'm going to make a wording change with Sheena to be more clear in item 4 of those minutes in how we reference the Clean Air Act Coalition. I had put the shorthand in appellant, and I should have more properly denoted the party, the community organization itself. So I want to informally note that wording change without needing the board to vote on that again.
We have consensus nods.
We have consensus nods. Okay, agenda items, just 6. When the first one relates to the hazardous waste management plan, when we were discussing that with Katie Butler and with our team here, we had gotten a number of public comments. The agenda item from our chair is that we will, quote, have a hearty agenda item at our May board meeting, which will be held in Berkeley. So we will be diving even more deeply into the hazardous waste management plan with you, with DTSC, and anyone else who is interested. Secondly, during the DTSC leadership report, we spoke about the generation and handling fee, and the director said that she would provide a more detailed update for us, ideally at our next meeting. Thirdly, the board approved through a motion the DTSC priorities document, and will concurrently through its metrics subcommittee be working on metrics, and we'll bring that back to our May board meeting. Fourth, board members who had, such as board member Bhatia, who had worked on developing recommendations to DTSC on the Exide contracting process, the director committed to providing a written response to the board's recommendations. Fifth, during Serlene Grant's presentation for her Office of Environmental Equity, there were a number of comments, and we would note that DTSC would be responding directly to those comments, not the board per se. They had to do with, I think, different aspects of public engagement. And lastly, our final agenda item, and I'll have one follow-up comment, is that the chair and Mr. Alatorre will follow up regarding the Buttonwillow tour, and our executive officer and Mr. Carrera will follow up on the subcommittee and salary question. But with that, board members may have something to add, and process-wise, what we generally do is go back through our notes after the board meeting has concluded and just capture any thoughts. I could have missed something, other people may have some notes. So the executive officer, Sheena, and I will be working on just confirming our action items.
Thank you, as always, for that attention that you pay, Alexis. I think by the end of 2 days, we've lost half of our what we said we'd do until we get reminded. So it's wonderful to have you be attentive to that. Any closing comments from board members, please?
Well, I was just, I know we didn't
get a chance to talk about it, but one thing I was hoping maybe we could explore between now and the next hearing was this idea of trying to chill public comment here. I would be very interested in seeing the letter that was sent to the Coalition for Clean Air folks and
Yeah.
see if there's anything that, I don't know what that would look like, but just, it seemed concerning.
So all of the letters and public comments that are submitted are shared with all of the board members. So we will be sharing that now and then afterwards.
Yeah.
And then we publicly post the public comments as well. So that's all shared with the board.
Thank you.
I have 2 copies of something.
Thank
I
you.
don't know. Yeah. There's nothing that is going to stop us from hearing from the public. In case anybody is wondering that anything is going to scare us from allowing public comment. The only thing we can't do are the obscenities and, the photo bombing that we had at that one meeting. Those things, no. But, pardon? Okay, well, this is an open public meeting that allows for public comment on items. I mean, we have that. So we'll obviously have Greg will be looking deeply into this with all the rest of the levels of attorneys that we have here. And we will take a clear look at that. But we have no intention of stopping public comment. That's our job. That's part of why we're here. Pardon? Any other comments from any other board members on any of that?
Not on this matter. I just wanted to thank, we had a very robust level of participation on Zoom throughout the day. Even now, we have over 76 people still hanging in there at 3:30. So I very much appreciate the fact that all of the support efforts here and unseen that contribute to a hybrid meeting. We are very grateful for your participation in the room. We're very grateful for those who participated on Zoom throughout the day and look forward to you joining us next time.
Anything else? Sushma, come on. You usually have a closing brilliance of some kind.
Thank you. Thank you to all the UC Davis folks. It was really great to see a huge turnout from our youth.
And Ingrid, your first meeting.
Yeah, echo the, thank you to folks who stayed with us for 1 or 2 days. It was great to hear all the public comment. This is always meant to be a place to promote transparency, to open dialogue, to hear questions and concerns from residents. It's something I've always appreciated about this space. It was intended for that purpose, and so feel very grateful that folks are using it for that purpose, and look forward to digging into the issues that came up today and the issues that have been ongoing. So thank you.
Our Executive Officer, Primo.
Just thank you to OEIM, CSUS, and our BES team for always working extra to put these meetings together. And we look forward to seeing you all in Berkeley at our next board meeting. So thank you.
Georgette, anything? No? Alexis?
With that, Madam Chair, I move we adjourn.
There you go. Any opposition to adjourning?
I second.
Okay, I think we're adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you. By unanimous consent, the board is adjourned at 3:30 p.m. Thank you.